Don't worry, they're not important.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm not... Normally, I'm, like, stressed and nervous. Today, I'm just... bleh. I've got animals that are fighting. As if to emphasize, the animals are fighting. Shelby, go lay down. Cats, stay the hell out. She came in here to antagonize her.
Oh, never mind.
It's truly one of those times. Hopefully we get on the ball, because I feel like mentally, I don't know what's going on. Normally, like, I'm always, like, really stressed and, like, high energy before a session. Today, I busted my ass and we came in and I was just like, oh, what's going on with me? I don't know what the hell. Oh well, no time like the present, right? Yeah. What's I always say? Fuck it. And you know what?
We ball?
Fuck it. After a long and arduous journey across half of Madara, you eventually reached Artavishte, where things seemed good until they weren't. The man you were tracking here, the lovely Osmond McBrennan, had apparently overtaken a group of upstarts, bandits, rebels, something. They made themselves very obfuscated in many ways and made it incredibly hard to understand what was going on, and you found out eventually were doing what they could to take over the town's, the city's law enforcement. Of course, the unfortunate reality meant that if they had positions of power and they were unfortunately able to flex that on you, you had to go underground. And so you did, literally, going to Garrett's very trusted friend and confidant, Zane Villari, who was more than willing to hide you in his wine cellar while you investigated, hunted, and tried to find a weak point in McBrennan's operations. And though it took a while, eventually you did, and found out about the quite literal powder keg under the city. The hunt, the investigation, and the constant worries eventually did pay off, as you were able to put something resembling a wrench, or at least hopefully put something resembling a wrench into the plans, as they were forced to move their stores of spark powder and lose some of them in an ensuing explosion to cover up evidence. But unfortunately, in the fallout from that, your rush to the palace gave you away, as you were unfortunately identified by a guard who was working with McBrennan. But all was not for nothing, as you were able to make it there, or at least Garrett was, as the rest of you were dealing with the harsh realities of the bright protection laws and the curfews and lockdowns of the city. But for, better or worse, it was Garrett who was stuck back at the estate with his wife and McBrennan when things got even worse. A bright that you had run into that was more than willing to seemingly help you, by the name of Arthur Robbins, turned to less respectable means and was apparently working alongside these people who seemed to be bankrolling this whole clusterfuck. And when he showed up, it was Ozzy who had fear and was more than willing to turn over everything, give up, and leave if it meant getting the hell out. Which you were able to do, though not without significant wound to Ozzy. The rest of you eventually meeting back up at the Villari estate, where you would have some time to plan, saving, at least temporarily, Osmond McBrennan. You knew you didn't have more than a few days before you were going to need to get the hell out of the city. No more than a couple before you would have to be marching to Coerval and finding out what in the fuck is going on. So as the next couple of days wane, your preparations on the hunt, any final plans, training, or ideas, I would ask unto you all. Rowan, Strieg, Frey, Garrett, and Mira. The days are counting down, shopping, training, preparing, and getting ready to march to Coerval. What are you guys doing?
Okay, I have a couple of things. Can we say that over the couple days that we're there, that I would probably ask Mira to help with this. I would just like to test out the enlarged limbs spell a little bit more and see if, like, does it make you stronger when you use it on your arms or whatever? Like, I don't know, just what exactly can I do with it, you know? while we're holed up for a couple days, I would probably check that out. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Nice. Yeah, that's one. And then the other one is I would probably, right before we leave, try to go talk to Thaddeus again and see if I can catch him this time and not his sus assistant.
All right. So, regarding enlarged limbs and your investigation into it, it seems that, unfortunately, while it is enlarging your limbs, it does not enlarge any weapons. Like, if you're making an arm much larger, all of a sudden a weapon is not designed to be held in it, and it becomes very awkward to do so.
Sure.
The trade-off is you would have much stronger melee attacks with that arm.
Okay. Good to know. Amazing. That is what I wanted to know.
Okay. Now, I know you also were looking to get your twin-hand crossbow fixed.
Yes, correct.
Looks like it's gonna take probably a week or two.
Oh, damn it. Well, I'm gonna need it before that, so I guess I will.
Yeah, like, probably estimated a week. Like,
yeah,
maybe more.
I mean, can we say that I just had him return it to me then? And
yeah,
then
that's fine. That's fine.
Yes, I will keep it then. And then, yeah, last thing is I would want to see if I can catch Thaddeus before we go.
Okay. We will continue, of course, through the shopping. As I said, it's been about, you ended on, like, the 13th-ish. I think the plan was to leave on the morning of the 16th. Based on your discussions. So, you got a little bit of time. Any other shopping that you guys need to do? I know I have been begging you guys to discuss it for the last week, so...
So I think we had determined that we need, basically, like travel rations, whatever, a pack animal, as we also just totally discussed in Discord right this second. I know Garrett's going to want to get more arrows, and I believe Frey, been pointed out that Frey wanted to get a small box and a short sword for themselves.
Yes. He preferred to be a nice, like, decorative box. But he'll take what he can get.
Like carved and tooled and stuff?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Inlays.
He still has standards.
God. Alright, so... yeah, can definitely get Frey a short sword and a shield. Not a problem.
Just a short sword.
Oh, no shield?
Not carrying a shield. No shield.
No. Not even...
He can't cast with a shield.
He can still hold it. Can't cast with a sword either. I can, but...
Okay, yeah, but a sword is gonna be like when he's totally out of options, but like a shield, it's not just gonna...
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So, over the couple of days, after acquiring you a short sword and heartbreakingly not a shield, Abney would do his best to train you on at least how to try and parry a attack, though he himself is no expert. Of course, if you guys need to speak with McBrennan, you do still have him captured as well during this time.
Frey does actually have one more question for him. But
course.
also I want to do a read omens as well.
Okay.
But for McBrennan, one question he still has that he wants to ask him about is, what did they want with Strieg? Why did they want the rest of us to leave the city but not Strieg?
Good question.
Okay, so you would just point blank be asking him that?
I mean, in phrase, polite.
Yeah, but like, yeah, not...
It's not going to be an interrogation. It's going to be a conversation.
Yeah. He would kind of just give you that, like, that kind of, like, nervous side eye that, like... I'm assuming no one else would be there, so... It's just, like, he does give almost a nervous side eye, and then just... Something about all that magic he does, whatever he's got. Something in him, it's dark, it's strange. Wanted to find out what it was. Scared even me. It was a personal investigation. Yes.
And you don't think it would have any interest to their wider group?
I don't know at this point. When I was asking about him, it was because I'd seen a lot, but whatever aptitude he had, it was something different.
What exactly did you see?
Something. And he kind of like just shakes his head. It was dark and it wasn't his own. Didn't feel like it was off-putting. Like there was something else there. It wasn't... It would be like... Imagine a horse on a... You can see the saddle, you can see everything, but you don't see who's riding it. But you know there has to be someone. That's what it was like.
Has Frey still been getting the bad vibes from Strieg?
Off and on, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well... Unfortunately, I fear your curiosity will have to go unfulfilled. But thank you for your time. Well, if you'd like, we could chat some more later.
Oh, you're about the only one who seems to treat me like I didn't try and kill all of you, so... Not much in the way of choices now, do I?
He gives a faint smile. Well, I've learned that, you usually get more out of someone if you treat them with respect. No matter how much you might disagree on past actions.
He gives just this, like, weakened nod, and... just seems to... He doesn't seem to have a follow-up to that, just a nod, and he kind of loses himself in his thoughts.
Yeah, and Frey will, with a A parting nod, he will head out. But yes, and then for the read omens.
For excuse me. For the read omens.
Yes, so Frey spends some time setting himself up for that in really the same room in Zane's estate that he's been using for this sort of thing. But basically what he's trying to find out here is trusting McBrennan to help them on this mission in Coerval. Will that actually help them be successful, or will it just make everything go? Or should they not trust him? Basically, can they trust him to help?
Yeah. Will something good come out of bringing him with you to Coerval?
Yes, that is a good way to phrase it. All right, so that is a secret charisma perform check. Blind GM roll. There we go.
Lovely. You finish the ritual and you get this cold, horrible feeling of just this idea that truly no good can come from McBrennan in Coerval.
Okay.
You.
Frey takes a little bit to process that before he will go deliver the news to the rest of the group. I've tried to peek into what the future might have in store regarding McBrennan and bringing him along with us, and I've changed my mind. I don't think it's a good idea.
Really? Okay. I mean, I agree with you, so...
Well, I thought some of you would prefer this, would have no complaints.
Yeah. No issues with not bringing him along.
So we're just gonna leave him here then, or are we doing something else with him?
We can't turn him into the guard yet, because we don't know who will try to. Admittedly, at the end of the day, he's probably slated for execution, anyways. But we don't know who will just kill him to like hide what he knows, so that we can't get the corrupt guard out. Versus, we can actually trust them to leave with him. You know what I mean? So I think.
William already said that he would stay and watch him if we decide to leave him here.
Yeah.
Will it be safe?
I mean, he's missing an arm. So first of all, he's not going to be able to do much until he really heals from that. He's just going to be weak and in pain and...
Sorry, are we saying that we shouldn't leave Will here?
No.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I think we'll watch it.
We're saying that we're going to leave Will here with...
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I don't think that Ozzy's gonna Yeah, like Garrett's saying, I don't think he's gonna escape, or try to escape, or if he does, I don't think he's gonna get very far. But having somebody here would be good.
So yeah, leaving him here, I think might be our best way to go about it. And then, being that I live in this area, the best way to get to Coerval from Artaviste is to go basically straight there. Do we take the road to through my door first, cross the river, and then cut over?
I mean, can we get to? I don't know.
It's that I'm just trying to apply a little what Garrett would know logic here to kind of give everyone a rough overview of the direction we would travel to get there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was double checking my my information on travel. So yeah, based on like everything Garrett would know, it's about a 2-day journey. You can make it past the river to the river essentially day 1, and then the other, like the off-road trek, is another day.
Okay.
And then
so
after,
we would just literally like straight beeline there.
Yeah, I mean that would be like, there is a path. It's just not, a patrolled, commonly like done major road.
Okay.
So are you saying straight beeline, like here,
Yeah.
or like following the road and then turning south?
The road to
straight
south is the
beeline.
quickest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, road south then? Okay.
Yeah. Being on the road's always going to be twice as fast as being off it.
Okay.
But yeah, other than wanting to pick up some arrows to bring my quiver back to full, that's the only thing I would have any more real interest in between now and actually leaving. Obviously, would spend some time with Viv and just kind of talk with her and whatever, but nothing about anything super important there. It'd mostly just be
Mira, anything else for you to do?
I mean, Mira doesn't exactly need much of anything, so she will just help carry things and pack and so forth.
Okay. Rowan, you have something. I'm gonna check on Streak first. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Until we are actively leaving, I want to be combing this city for any hide nor hair of Roland.
All right. In that case, I would like you to give me a... I hear clicking. Ah, Leah, I hear clicking.
Sorry, let's try and fix it.
No, it's fine. I was just like, what? Like, I thought I was going crazy at first. And I paused to listen. No, I'm sorry. So yeah, give me a... Oh... Int notice. Or, unless you're asking... Like, how are you doing so? Like, is there a specific way, or...
I mean, I'm gonna assume we're still trying to lay low. Is that correct, everyone? Are we
Yeah,
still
pretty
worried about
much.
people finding us?
Yeah.
We don't want Bright Robins or his crew to find us.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not like going around talking to people, doing lots of looking, listening.
Okay, so yeah, in that case, I am gonna need a int notice.
Well, I guess it probably wouldn't be helpful for me to try to help then. Mira's not super stealthy.
That
I am
does,
still set on private roles.
that does
Why
come
am
with
I
part
like
of the problem with
this?
being a
my
large
God.
porcelain doll.
Nice.
Over the couple of days, as you are drifting in out of the group and making a hunt for Roland, there is, like, no evidence that you can't find evidence that he's been here in a while. Like, no one seemingly recognized anyone who looks almost very similar to you. When you try and describe it more as Roland, they're just still like, no, haven't. Mostly, it's just keeping an eye out, looking for places that you think he might have been. Nothing seems to point to Roland being in the city.
Okay. Don't like that.
So yeah. Otherwise, Rowan,
Yes.
you were going to speak with
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus Kion. All right, was there anything specific that you were trying to speak with him about, or?
Yeah, so one, I wanted to take the drawings that Frey made of the Umbrii things that we saw at Garrett's place and ask him if he knows anything about them. And then two, I wanted to ask him about the teacher person who he said that he might have a line on and told me to come back and ask him about it.
So you get to seeing Thaddeus, and he first, obviously, with the drawings, he just kind of purses his lips and shakes his head and just kind of, he gives that look of, like, I guess the best way to describe it would be like academic frustration. And he just, there is no such luck on this one, unfortunately. Not seen anything quite like that, though I am by no means a expert on Black Sun or the Umbrai.
Okay, that makes sense. We ran into them and they were pretty terrifying, so we wanted to make sure we asked about it at least to see if we can learn anything else. But
I can
they were
try and set up a meeting with someone who has studied them more, but
we're going to be leaving town shortly anyway, so I think it might be okay. But I will mention that they were summoned by, well, I don't know if it was a bride or somebody who's posing as a bride exactly, but they were summoned by somebody posing as a bride. So it seems like I don't know to what extent you know of spells that can summon or control Umbrii.
that is not possible. Umbrai
Yeah.
are disconnected from whatever the arcane is. There's no way they could be. He just shakes his head, like, very concerned. And you say a Bright did this? Is this information you guys want getting out at this point, or?
I think to Thaddeus, I would say it, but I would tell him not to tell anyone else. I would say, like, we're working on handling it, so if we
Yes,
could keep this between us for now. But
Very big ask.
we will be back in a few days, and if we're not able to handle it ourselves, then I will definitely let you know, and you can hopefully help us escalate. But I think at the moment we're in a position where we don't know who exactly we can trust in positions of authority, and obviously we know we can trust you, which is why I'm telling you. I thought you might have more information about the kind of magic that this person was using, but I think trying to alert the authorities at the moment might not be the best idea until we know who we're dealing with.
He gives a bit of a nod and I keep this. Motions to the sketching. I can see about setting up a meet, or even perhaps getting this sent over to the Beacon Knights, seeing if they have anything that they may have know.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. If you could just keep our name out of it, if you are spreading it around to, multiple people, then that would be helpful. But, you know, just I trust you to be as discreet as you think appropriate. Just, we're we've been burned several times recently from trusting people, so we're a little wary at the moment.
And he just kind of purses his lips again and gives a little half nod and you all are sure you're going through with this, don't want to draft into the help of Vicania.
I think I would run this by Garrett via earring. And say, yeah, I mean,
the problem is we don't know. I mean, if a beacon, if not a beacon, if a bright is compromised and involved in this, is it just the one bright? I don't know where he stands in the hierarchy of brights.
yeah.
Who do we? So, telling people. I mean, obviously, if there was a way to discreetly get a message to the Duchess that a bright was involved in this, probably may not be a bad thing. But other than that, that's we know that the Duchess is good. That's known for a fact.
Yeah, the only way you would be discreetly getting a message to the Duchess would be to be at like the same party as her and say it, face to face.
And there's not a lot of parties happening right now with the lockdown and everything,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think I would tell Thaddeus, I wish that we could, but given that we know at least one bright is compromised, it seems like we can't take that risk. The one thing that we have going for us at the moment is that we know that nobody on our team is compromised, and if we have to be watching our back as well as whatever shadowy corners we're walking into, then that's I think we're going to be outnumbered. So
he gives a nod at that, and right, well, I do wish there was more that I could do to help here, but
no, I understand. I just figured you might have, some insight, or at least you might be interested to hear about what we'd seen. So I thought I would mention that. And also, since we are leaving town, I was just wondering if you'd had a chance to hear anything else about the teacher that you had mentioned, who you might have a line on.
Oh, yes. He gives a very, cursory half nod. I do warn that he is a less than you can tell he's very choosy with his words as he kind of pauses for a moment and he's a very rough individual.
Hmm. Okay.
But,
If I might ask bluntly, is he a bad person or an impolite person?
well, impolite is far too kind a word, but I don't know that he is outright going to try and kill someone or anything.
Okay, I mean that's a low bar, but sure, that's good to hear.
I don't know that I could say for sure that he's a good person, but smart, successful. When it comes to being apt, he's practically a genius.
Okay, I mean that sounds great. Yeah.
And he kind of begins going through some papers. And you can see he's, like, frustrated, like, trying to find things that he can't find, just having a lot of trouble.
Thaddeus, hmm. Do you have an assistant?
No?
I fucking knew it. You guys made fun of me. God damn it. Okay. I'm so mad. Okay. Okay, well, I was here 2 days ago, and there was a young woman, maybe 18 or 19, who was looking through all of your things. She indicated that she was your assistant, that she was organizing for you. She said she'd pass along a message, and then she sort of rushed me out of the office and closed the door behind me. I was a little suspicious of her at the time, but I figured, you are someone who does important work. It would make sense that you would have an assistant who would organize things for you, but
No,
I'm
I
noticing
came
now
back
that you
in, and when I came to my office a couple of evenings ago, it was ransacked.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, yes, then I think I was present for part of the ransacking, unfortunately. I can give you a description of the person I saw, but I'm sure that it's equally likely that they were wearing a... Actually, I guess they wouldn't have been wearing a disguise per se, because I didn't see them. I should be able to see through a disguise. So I guess I might know what they actually looked like.
He motions for you to continue, and I
Yeah,
assume you
I
give a
would-
description?
Can I just pretty lights her face?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can... Yeah,
Amazing. Yeah, I will do a little hologram from my hand for her and be like, this is what she looked like.
yeah, alright. Yeah, there's a pretty good representation of her, and he immediately just, like, hands to temples. That would be one of my students who I'm going to need to speak with.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
not my student specifically, but you...
Sure, yes.
He just holds up a hand. I appreciate this.
Sure. My pleasure.
If you are looking for that gentleman, he's about a half-day's travel northwest up the coast from Alder Harbor on the Galician coast.
Yeah. Okay. The coast from Alder Harbor.
Yes. And he gives a nod.
And is there a name that I should ask for, or?
Oh yes. He goes by Jerry these days, Gerald Narain.
Okay.
Don't call him apt, don't call him a mage. He does insist that he is a wizard.
Okay. Fair enough. I can.
Strange and archaic, but he insists.
Okay.
Give me one moment, I can write a letter of introduction for you.
Sure.
he scrawls something up as quickly as he can and puts a stamp of wax on it and rolls up the parchment and hands it to you.
I will grab it and I will say, thank you very much, Thaddeus. I really appreciate you doing this for me. And, you know, as always, if there's anything I can do for you.
He gives a nod and you've already, you already saved my life once. There's quite not a lot more that I could ask.
Well, all the same, I appreciate it. Well, I'll leave you to deal with your students and whatever misdeeds are happening there. I'll get out of your hair. Cool. And I will wave goodbye and walk out. Incredible. I have a name. From now on, you guys are not allowed to tell me shit about how somebody's not evil.
Oh.
Alrighty. Well, that's it for me. I will head back. Oh, and I will introduce my new cat to everyone, assuming that I have my new cat now.
Oh, that has been your other project, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Alright,
I have a new little cat named Umbra. She is black cat, familiar. Yeah, that's it. She speaks to me and no one else.
Does she hate me like normal animals?
I mean, she's a spirit animal thing, so maybe not?
She speaks to you?
Well, yeah, in my head.
She looks very annoyed when she appears. Like, she very much, like, not specifically to you, Mira, but just the entire situation. And, as, like, you know, she is getting this attention, she immediately just kind of climbs down off of wherever she is, finds a corner, and just curls up, closing her eyes.
Lovely. Okay.
Did you pull her off the street somewhere?
I summoned her. She
From
is,
the street?
Oh, that got me. No, from the magical ether, I suppose. She is of the arcane.
Do we need to feed her?
You do not. She does not need food.
Ah.
But won't she get hungry?
I mean, if she's made out of magic, she doesn't need
Right.
to eat, right? Yeah.
Exactly. She doesn't need food, water, or sleep because she's out of magic. Very similar to Mira, I guess, actually.
Yep.
But Mira's not a cat.
I mean, not that different.
Streak is
I
like
mean-
looking back and forth between Mira and the cat now, looking very confused.
The cat has lost all interest and is sleeping.
Same, sis.
Well, she does look very cute, and Frey will try to pet the cat.
As you get close to pet the cat, she opens her eyes and just glares at you.
Alright, we'll give the cat some space. Frey will back up.
Oh, I love her. Beautiful. Okay. I will, yeah, I mean, I will dismiss her if all she's doing is sleeping in a corner. She could come back later.
The last thing that you get in her thoughts is how fucking happy she is as you think about dismissing her.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like while
No.
she's here. I'm like, oh no. Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, did you name her Umbra, or did she come with that name?
I named her Umbra. Like Umbreon. That's
Like
not in character,
Umbrii.
but
Like
Umbreon.
one letter
Yeah,
away
really.
from Umbrii.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah.
I truly,
You literally named her after the apocalypse.
I truly did not realize that until just now. Well,
Yeah.
what's her name now?
You got Adarsh. This is my cat, Hurricane Harvey.
Well, I was like, well, what do I think black cats look like? And I was like, Umbreon. And so I was like, okay, well, Umbra is a cute name.
Oh, listen, I ruined one name for you. I wasn't gonna ruin another. I was gonna let everyone else do that. So anyway, with that, are there any more preparations before you guys head to bed for one more night here in the safety of the Valaria estate and hit the road in the morning?
Nothing comes to mind.
Abney was able to get a pack mule. It has very large saddlebags, but is not large enough to carry a person. Not able to get a good wagon, which... A small mule wagon, no idea if it would even survive the trek once you get more off-road. So, probably gonna be for the best. But large saddlebags and etc. for it, so a mule will be able to carry your things as you need.
Okay. How many arrows would go in a full quiver? Roughly.
I mean, I believe a full quiver is just 20, but
20?
if you wanted to load up for a second one, that's fine as well.
Okay. So how much silver would it cost for 40 arrows?
You'd think I would have all my prices listed out for everything.
You do. You just got to find the right spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's hell. It's actually hell. It's actually hell looking through. I will let you know.
I have 9 crossbow bolts. I'm sure that's enough, right? I can only use one every 2 turns anyway. I think it's fine.
Oh, I should note that the twin hand crossbow does use different size bolts.
Oh, okay. Oh. Well then, which ones do I have now? Because mine just says bolts.
Those would be for the regular crossbow. I know I noted
Oh.
at the time that there were bolts when you
Oh, well,
found
I
the
have a
twin
crossbow
hand.
too. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay.
So, I mean, if you wanted the smaller ones for the twin hand crossbow.
Nah, it doesn't matter. I'll use... I mean, if it's not actually being a twin hand crossbow, then I can just use the actual crossbow.
Okay. All right. Anything else you guys need to top off with?
Not necessarily something I'm doing, but as I was looking around for Roland, can I get, like, a vibe check on any of the brights or guards that I see? Like, do I feel like they're on high alert? Does it seem like that whole shit show with the gunpowder ×2, but they're looking for us this time?
No, it seems like whatever's going on, like, they are still very much on lockdown because of that, but you're not really getting a lot when it comes to, like, anything else. Like, it's not like they're obviously looking for certain people. There's no wanted posters or anything.
Okay, interesting.
Arrows are gonna run you, essentially 1 silver per 10. So, however many you need.
So 1 silver per 10. So that's 3 silver.
Yeah, bolts will be the same.
All right.
So if anyone needed to top off on bolts,
So
How much was
1
it you spent?
gold
they're
is
uh
10
per
silver.
10 it's gonna be 1 silver. Though
Okay.
the ones for the twin hand will be twice that because it's smaller and more custom.
Sure, I'm just using the normal ones.
Okay.
Cool. I will grab another 10 of those.
How many silver for 10? You said 10?
1 silver for 10 bolts
Oh, okay.
or arrows. All right.
Do I need to pull my sword out of the compendiums?
I can go ahead and grab that for you.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. Anything else that needs to be taken care of?
This is not a shopping thing, but I will say I'm gonna attach the. I think I still have this, right? The Moonflower bracelet thing. I will attach that to my dagger, just in case I need to throw it ever, so I
Okay.
can get it back.
Okay.
Cool.
Good old Moonflower bracelet.
Yeah, it's such a cool item that I can't.
That no
Really
one has
make
ever
use
used
of?
that you've had forever.
I mean, I did use it to impale my arm that one time.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I can't disagree. Alright, so with that, are you guys all ready to head off?
Before we go, Frey actually would like to catch Strieg when he's alone.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Streak's dead man now.
And he'll just ask, Strieg, how have you been feeling lately?
I mean, a little bit stressed, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yes, I think we all are a bit, and I don't mean to discount that, but I mean in other ways.
Well, I've not been shot or stabbed, so I guess good.
Well, I talked to McBrennan again, and I had asked why they had such an interest in you in particular. And he apparently saw, I think, the same thing that I saw in you.
The the dark
That,
thing.
yes, whatever it was. I don't think I sense it now. You don't. At least you're. But he saw it. He knows about it, and he was curious about it, which was why he wanted you to stay. I just want to let you know.
Oh, thanks, I think.
I know it's not much of a comfort.
I mean, I don't know what it is you think you see, or that he thinks, or I don't know what's going on really, so yeah.
Well, maybe it will turn out to be nothing at all in the end.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Sometimes it's all we can hope for.
Yep, let's go to Cult Town.
Indeed.
Wish we could put that to Funky Town. Everybody.
But yeah, I guess we're ready for our trip now.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, you all eventually make your way to bed, with preparations being finalized. It seems like Abney is going to do his best to make sure everything is organized, and you're ready to set off at first light tomorrow. And he is planning on staying behind with Ozzy McBrennan.
Sounds good.
Ray will ask William to be careful.
Oh, got nothing to worry about, love. I'm a Duke Holgard. Come on. I can handle one-handed man.
Of course, I've no doubt about it. Just, I think he does have a bit of a tricky way of words, so just be cautious if he gets a little chatty.
He gives a cursory nod at that and just begins to just nervously... You're sure you shouldn't take a shield or some armor with you?
Well, I hope I'm not going to actually be in the front lines.
You know, just in case. I mean, you look at...
Fine. I suppose I can take a shield. And it totally ruins my aesthetic. I just really dislike the idea of Frey and weapon. I really dislike it.
I say no then!
Frey needs like a cloak that's actually a shield, you know?
I was actually looking at that. I was thinking to myself, but I already had so many like custom requests for him.
That's hilarious.
Look, if you think you're gonna be fine, then go. Just... I don't have to say I told you so when you get back. And you got, you know, a big hole in your fucking chest.
Don't worry, I'm sure it won't come to that. I have no intention of getting up close and personal with anybody else, I promise.
He gives a nod and... Well... Don't worry, I'm sure me and, he motions around to Vivian. I'm sure we'll be able to hold down the fort here with Ozzy, and we're awaiting your return.
He will give William a hug.
William just kind of nervously hugs back, and... I don't know. This whole thing seems off. Somebody's in charge for all of it, and that's just nerve-wracking.
What did you say? Nobody's in charge?
Somebody's in charge of it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, go from McBrennan to a Bright, and I mean, is it better or worse if there's a Bright in charge of the whole thing?
I will look back over at the others. Whatever is happening there, I'm sure we'll find a way to dismantle it.
And the others look back in silence.
Smile, thumbs up.
Yeah.
All right. And And I didn't mention it, but it has been heavily snowing. Like, a couple days ago there was a snowstorm, and it is still heavily snowing.
Oh, okay.
So,
Fuck, I never did get winter gloves, did I? Alright, well, it's fine.
yeah, it
I'm
has
sure you could've
been, like,
bought them in
everything
the-
is thick with snow.
I'm sure you could have bought your gloves in the last couple days while we were preparing.
Sure.
Oh, how much do I owe you for this short sword, by the way?
Abney's covering that.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, William.
Isn't it great to have boyfriends?
It is.
Where do I get me one of those?
He's sad you won't take a fucking shield, though. Oh.
Okay. It's okay.
Frey
It'll be
Frey actually has a very strong sugar baby energy, so this is actually very appropriate.
Honestly, if he does come to a point where he has nothing left able to do, my plan is just to have him just curse them every single turn while he runs away. That's my plan.
I thought you were gonna say curl up into a ball.
I mean, that's pretty accurate too.
Curled up in a ball, cursing.
Oh.
Like
just
an
starts-
angry cat backed
just
into
starts-
a corner, just hissing.
He slowly just tries rolling away in a ball like a sad Sonic the Hedgehog.
Behind Garrett, because Garrett is his dad.
God. Alright, so with that, the gang is on the road. Officially moving. Are you going to have Garrett wayfinding, or are you going to trust the road for this first leg of the journey?
I'll wayfind, it never hurts.
If you would give me a wisdom notice.
I can, in fact, give you a wisdom notice. Nope, that's convinced. There's notice.
Garrett, heading on ahead, you guys are able to, with a little bit of finagling, get out of the city proper, confirming who you are, with a couple of people, including having Vivian there, who is able to handle a lot of paperwork, and essentially, you know, she's able to, like, the best way I could describe it is be voluntarily detained for an extended period of hours filling out paperwork and confirming things in order to get you guys out, even though they know who she is, because of the curfews and bright protection laws currently active. But she assures you everything will be fine. There are plenty of checks and balances to making sure things will continue on a good trend, and you guys are able to get out of the city with no problems. The first few hours, it is still lightly snowing, and the snow is less than comfortably high. Like, the roads are fine, but going off-road, unless it lets up this next day or two, is going to be hell, and is going to slow you down a lot. Garrett, you lead the charge, and those first couple of hours are simple. You end up in the town of Midor. It is a fancy wine town. There are a number of famous vineyards that are in and around Midor. Otherwise, it is simple and not quite quaint. There is a large market. There is a large central main street, but it is very much an extension. It is the country outside of the city extension of Artavista. But you are not intent on staying. You are on a time crunch. You have everything that you could be expected to have. You are still on the road with Mule and Cat.
2 mules even?
Did you go back to get Henrietta?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I thought.
No,
I mean, she's
we
probably
left her
safer
behind.
at the.
Yeah,
At the now abandoned Viacor estate.
we hope so.
Someone's feeding her.
Yeah, Henrietta
Henrietta
and
will find her
Julius
in-
are comfortably at the estate, hopefully.
I'm more worried about Julius than about Henrietta. I feel like Henrietta can take care of herself.
Oh, well, we'll certainly see at some point.
If you kill her,
Otherwise-
I will forgive you.
Your journey continues. There is not a lot of activity on the road. You pass the occasional Ducal guard who is making patrols. It seems like there are groups of 3 to 6 that head in different directions, especially in the hours travel between Artavishta and Midor. But as you get further out and further into the not quite wilderness, but the further away, the moments, the quiet, the cold begin to set in. You are no longer part of the heart of Vicania. You are moving into the northernmost reaches now. The region known as Veen, which is very much a cleared northern province. It is very much the most separated. And as you follow this road that would eventually lead up to the Parad Estates, but not quite that far, otherwise it is just mostly abandoned villages that haven't been rebuilt, and some that have, such as Coerval. But your journey for the rest of the day, slow, arduous, and thankfully quiet. The last place you would be able to set up, there is something resembling a... not quite a hostel, but it is a large and Ducal protected, essentially guardhouse, where they are able to take care of your animals for the night. You are given a bed. You aren't given rooms, but you at least have a bed, a trunk if you wish to lock things. They can provide a locking key, though obviously if you have your own, that's fine too. And it is the last thing on the west side of the river.
How many staff this location? Or, like, are stationed here?
How many guards?
Yeah.
About a dozen. They are not preparing food or anything. They're mostly here just as, like, you know, it is a guard post. But given that it is pretty much a perfect day's travel away, a lot of people end up staying here, either on their way to or from Artavishta. And it is also just an easy way to have additional Ducal guards stationed to move further north.
Okay. Frey will just kind of, you know, keep a casual eye on them, see if any of them pay us any more attention than might be normal, like in case word of us has spread
Okay.
from, like, robbing someone.
I mean, if you guys don't want to stay here, you could keep going past the bridge.
I feel like everyone's really quiet.
No, I mean, I think it's fine. As long as we're keeping an eye out, I think we can stay.
Yeah,
Personally.
Frey, I mean, even if Frey would rather stay in here than, you know, out in the snow.
Yeah.
Maybe we just
There's
still have someone up on watch.
Yeah.
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 I mean, if we have the option to stay the night somewhere that's warm and enclosed versus staying the night out in the freezing cold winter, while it's doable, and I'm sure Garrett has certainly done that before, just it would, you know, he'd always try to push for, like, staying out of the elements if possible, because it makes it easier to not die from freezing.
Not dying is great.
Not dying is great. Yes.
Not dying is great. What a lovely phrase.
Can we pin that to the It's been business. Not dying is great.
Hashtag it gets better.
Hashtag it gets better.
Are we expected to reach Coerval tomorrow, or is there still one more day of travel?
So you could reach it essentially tomorrow night. Like, it's about a day's travel, but with the snow, you might be getting slowed down.
Okay. So I think once they have a bit of time and privacy and settling in, I'm going to have Frey go dig out in the snow for a couple of rocks so he can pre-cast some elemental spies. So that should last a couple days.
Oh.
So I'll make 3 of those.
All right. Not a problem.
That should last. Those should last 5 days now.
All right. And I will say that, Garrett, you are a seasoned wayfinder. You would know this amount of snow. It's not so horrible right now that it's going to make it impossible to travel. But if it doesn't let up considerably, you might need like 2 days to get to Coerval from here, even though it's not that far, just because there's no overt road. You're following beaten paths. There's
Right.
and the picked up wind, and especially the cold and the amount of snow, is going to be slowing you down. So you can't say for sure how much, but essentially, expect delays.
Fun. Love that. Well, is Frey still casting the elemental spies now?
Yeah, he is.
All right.
Theoretically, I think I'd still cast on some stones, but it also could be cast on an ounce of liquid. Does snow count for that? Could I make like a snowball and make it a spy?
Yeah, you could do a snowball.
Okay. Cool. I don't think I will, but I'll keep that in mind.
Wait, actually, I would have you. Okay,
Okay.
not the snow thing, but can I? Okay, I want to get Umbra something that she can wear that will disappear with her. If I because you can clothing that's a natural to the shape of their body will also disappear and come back, and it would be cool if you could cast it on that, so then she can just carry it in wherever, and then we can see. Because I can't actually look through her eyes.
Mhm.
I have like a telepathic bond with her or whatever, but also if she dies, it's fine because she's like a spirit thing. Like she'll just come back the next day or whatever.
Somewhere, her eyes are rolling even harder.
Great.
So I love that idea. I can only cast this on a stone, an ounce of liquid or snow, a flame, or a plume of smoke or incense. So maybe if you had a stone on a collar for her.
Oh, can I do that?
I mean,
Little craft check.
what are you making a collar out of?
I don't know. I find some leather or cloth or something.
From?
I don't know.
I mean, if you could tell me how, if
coat?
you have leather on you or something, sure, I'll allow it, but
I must write somewhere something. Hold on, I'll look.
Can you rip up your pillow?
I left the pillow with with Magnus.
Yeah. Magnus
So
has
he
the
can-
whiz pillow.
Oh, right.
So
He liked
That
it.
he actually
torture
likes.
Chester. Um.
He kept it for himself though, didn't he? I
Uh.
remember him holding it to his head and going, "Oh, I like this."
Can I rip up my? Well, no. This is a bad idea. Never mind. I was gonna say, can I rip up my backpack? But I
I've
was like,
spent
just short-sighted.
7 days asking you what you needed when you went shopping.
Well, I did not think that the collar for the spirit familiar cat that I just ordered or whatever is gonna come up.
Well,
I can't like buy a strip of leather off of these guards or whatever.
I mean... You know what? Roll me a d20. We're gonna see, like, not a luck save. This is just a d20, just to see a more granular luck.
Okay.
To see if one of the guards here is a leather worker or seamster.
Holy shit! They actually already have a collar with a rock on it.
No, I will say that they would be able to get you a collar made over the night that you're there, no problem. They have some extra strips of leather and things like that, and it's not going to be perfect, but it
That's
will
great.
be a, you know...
Incredible.
It does mean they are going to have to measure with the cat.
That's fine. I'll bring her back.
Okay.
I think like very quickly it's become funny to me that she's annoyed.
Yes, she is, like, low growling as they are measuring this.
Yes.
And would very much explain to you in your head that she hates the idea of wearing a collar.
I'm like tough cookies. This is what you signed up for, and by
Well,
signed up, I mean
Does she? I mean, can I hear that she hates wearing a collar because I'm also wearing the earring?
I
Yeah?
think so, right? Yeah,
Oh my god.
it's happening.
But if she doesn't like wearing the collar, why does she need the collar?
Because we have to put a rock on it so that we can do the elemental spy thing.
I mean, she's more intelligent
she
than your
just-
average cat, right? She's like
Can't she
how
just tell you what she's seeing?
on a scale of 1
Yeah,
to 10,
but-
with Streak being in the middle, how intelligent is this cat?
I think it's as
That's a
they can
very
do
low
anything
middle.
that,
It has the same level of intelligence that a human would.
Okay, so why can't she just carry the rock in her mouth and drop it off somewhere? I've seen cats literally carry rocks in their mouths before.
I mean, she can, but isn't it cuter if she has a little collar and we can just cast elemental spy on it whenever we want to spy? Isn't that adorable? This is the conversation that I'm having with the cat. Like, come on, Umbra, don't you think that's adorable?
There is a proverbial middle finger.
All the more reason to do it. Amazing.
I don't. Oh, have you had a cat before, Rohan?
This is a human being, basically, okay?
Yes,
cat-shaped
this is a
human being.
human being with claws.
Well, she's not gonna attack me.
Are you sure?
I don't
Roll
think
for
she's allowed
initiative.
to.
There's a difference between hurting and annoying. You know what I mean? I feel like as a cat, it would be very.
You
Well,
guys
as a
are acting like
cat-shaped
making
familiar.
a cat wear a collar is making this cat-shaped human wear a collar is like animal abuse. It's okay, I think.
I'm sorry, but now that we're getting into cat-shaped human, are we getting into like cat people, like full-on Neko stuff?
No, we're getting in Cats 2019 territory.
Yeah, it's 2019. Hashtag butthole edit.
All right, here's what I will offer. Umbra, is there anything I can do to this collar to make it more pleasant for you to wear?
Burn it.
That's not an option.
Throw it away.
Provided, given that you have to wear it, is there anything I can do to make it more pleasant for you?
hating this conversation, she proceeds to curl up in a ball and go to bed.
Would she prefer it to be a bracelet around her paw?
She does not... She seems annoyed at the concept.
Alright, well, I'll only make her
And
wear
she
it
would
when
also
we-
explain that she did not, in fact, sign up for this.
You're right. I mean, this is... Okay, fine, whatever. You know what, Umbra? This is enough sass. Alright, go to sleep. Can't believe all I wanted was a little spy for me, and I ended up having a child.
Wow, just like it's almost like you adopted a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this guy
Can
was
I
supposed to be
talk
useful.
to Umbra through?
No.
Okay.
No, it is an active thing that Rowan has to do. It's essentially two separate one-on-one calls in Rowan's head right now.
Okay.
Right.
So I don't actually hear what she's saying. I hear, like...
You hear Rowan thinking it.
Right, I hear Rowan
Yeah.
thinking it.
Do they communicate in, like, human words?
It's
Or is
all
it impressions?
thoughts and impressions in Rowan's head.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically just literally having a second earring, but in a cat human hybrid.
Yeah.
But isn't the idea of a little cat collar with a little rock on it that you can just always cast Elemental Spy on and send the cat in to, like, go scope it out for us? It's like we created a little camera.
Oh, I think it's
It's a cat
very
with a
cute.
GoPro. Yeah.
I think it's adorable too. Though I do think you need to put a little more effort into the actual rock, like sand it down, shape it. You're gonna have to like drill a hole in it to attach it. And...
That's true. I mean, that's fair. Well, all right. We'll call that Plan B then. How about that?
But in the end, you do have to remember that Umbra has to listen to any of your commands, no matter what.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes it worse because if she could say no, then I would feel fine being like.
But she can say
commanding
no,
her.
but she'll still do it.
Right. All right. Well, that's fine.
All right. So with that, they are able to create a collar for Umbra. They have to measure her a couple of times, which she at first is not enthused by, but eventually she ends up upside down getting her belly scratched and seems to accept it.
That's cute.
But otherwise, anything else for the night?
Nope.
I don't think
Are
so.
we setting up watches, or is Mira just staying on sentinel mode?
Both? Both is
Sure.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not exactly the most observant.
Oh, and Frey, you were checking out the people to see if they were being weird.
Oh yes, yes, I was.
I would like a wisdom into it.
All right.
Based on what information you can glean from Garrett about how operations are up here, unfortunately, Garrett's not much. Like, you know, Garrett's at Artivishton. Probably hasn't made many treks up north. So, the specifics are probably a bit rare, but the general information he was able to give you, what you've seen of the guards, what you know from Will Abney, all of it kind of paints this picture that doesn't seem like any of the influence is here. Or if it is, then information about you guys hasn't reached here because things seem pretty normal.
All right. Well, satisfied that, you know, nothing here is feeling weird or sketchy. Once Frey is done creating his elemental, his spy stones, he's gonna go to bed.
All right. All right. Watches.
I'll go first.
All right, and Mira's also going all night?
Yeah.
All right, what are you guys doing? Just, like, staying up? Like, are you keeping an eye on guards? Like, going outside? What's the plan?
I don't think we need... I mean, we are inside. I don't think we need to do anything super crazy. More just kind of keep an eye... Make sure no one's, like, patrolling near us too often, or... you know, that kind of stuff. Like, I think it's... If they didn't react to us being there in the first place, I think we're probably fairly safe from them. It's just, you know, just kind of be on the safe side. Just keeping an eye out. You know, like, yeah, basically.
All right, in that case, give me a int notice. Both of you.
And notice.
At one point, you can hear the guards playing cards in another room. Like I said, there's about a dozen, maybe a couple more. Mira, at one point, while you're keeping your eyes peeled, or whatever it is you're planning on doing, fake sleeping, maybe? I'm not sure. If you'd like to fill in the blanks.
Sure, why not?
Okay. There is a...
I mean, fake sleeping, you know, listening.
Yeah, you guys can hear, it sounds like they are doing dishes, and there's not a full-on, like, avalanche or anything, but there's definitely some clanging of pots and pans. Not enough to wake the more heavy sleepers, but light sleepers among you probably, you know, have a moment of, and then going back to bed. Otherwise, it is a quiet couple of hours.
Good.
Garrett, who are you tagging in?
I will be next.
Sure, I can tag in Strieg.
All right. Streak, keeping your eyes peeled now?
Yep.
All right. Int notice. There is nothing particularly strange, but you are at least mildly distracted by the fact that a veritable blizzard has started to pick up. It's bad. Like, looking outside, it is bad.
Good thing we didn't.
Like, it's been pretty bad, but it is... Oh boy, this is a hell of a blizzard.
Might not make it out tomorrow.
But otherwise, you know, that was probably an hour or so into your watch, maybe a little more than halfway. Otherwise, nothing of incredible interest happens. A couple of guards are staying up overnight. You probably pick up a couple words about how they're not quite annoyed, but, like, it's not often during the really cold months like this that there are people who stay over, especially heading up north. Outside merchants who, more often than not, kind of have their own setup. So, having multiple people who have to be up to keep an eye out for, official security reasons, has them a little off schedule.
Oh, boo-hoo, they're doing their jobs.
Otherwise, nothing else happens.
Alrighty, I will tag Rohan in then.
Yep. It's notice.
Alrighty. And, you keep your eyes and ears peeled. It is truly winding down. Like, the blizzard dies down and becomes a much lighter snowfall over the course of the first maybe half hour that you're awake. And then you hear a banging coming from outside. And a moment later, the main door... So, like, you're off to, like, one side. Like, it's a large guardhouse, and then there's, like, a main entryway hallway that goes to the right where there's a couple of these, like, hostel-style rooms, like, almost like, like a bunkhouse or just, simple military quarters.
Yeah, like on-call rooms in hospitals or whatever.
Exactly, yeah. And there's a couple of those off on that hallway, but, like, coming from that main room, there's, like, a banging. And then you hear a door, like, swinging open, the whistling of wind, and some bickering happening from a couple of the guards.
I will try to get closer and...
Hey, you gonna go stick your head out and see what's going on, or?
Yeah.
You see this, this tall woman who just kind of... Fuck! Saints fucking wape! Shite out of nowhere. Oh. And kind of like, sees you from the hallway and just... Now we're going to be having company tonight. Not often, especially this sort of weather.
I will just duck back in. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see anything.
She continues to complain to a couple of the Ducal guards who are not quite stressed, but she definitely, if not in charge, then has some level of seniority based on the fact that, she's, well, go ahead and get that damned horse into the fucking barn and make sure that everything is warmed up properly because I'm not going to lose another one to all of this shite.
Fun.
And otherwise, besides the eventual dying out of the barking of orders, there's not a lot more that happens. It is otherwise quiet.
Amazing.
Will there be another watch?
I mean...
Mine.
Alright.
Yours alone.
Mira's taking the
And
last one on.
I'm just staying up.
Do I wake Frey up?
I mean, if someone wants to wake Frey up.
I'll wake Frey up.
Okay.
We are making Frey participate.
Oh. Frey, it is very much still the middle of the night. Like, if the plan was to leave at first light, which I'm assuming based on everything you guys have done thus far, the plan was to be ready to leave at first light. It's...
Yeah.
Oh, boy. If the plan was to leave at 7:30, it's like 5 a.m.
Yeah, Frey is just like... It takes him a moment to kind of, like, figure out where he is, that he's even awake now, just very groggy as he slowly sits up and just, and are we leaving already?
No, I thought you might like to take a watch.
He just kind of like mumbles a bit, drags himself up out of his bedroll. And he will go, I guess, sit down next to Mira?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or stand next to Mira?
Well, I think Mira was pretending to be asleep, or at least earlier she was. She might be, like, pretending to take a watch at this point.
Yeah, he'll go sit down next to Mira then, and just kind of sway a little. But yeah, he'll try to pay attention.
I mean, it notice.
All right.
And pay attention, he really won't.
Frey drifts off.
He's doing his best. He's trying.
Yep. He tried, but
Me too, thanks.
you look over Mira and he's just asleep again.
Oh. He's doing
She
a thing
would
where
put
like
a
he falls
blanket on
asleep and
him.
then his like his hand slides off of where his head was.
Yeah.
I'm awake. And yeah, unfortunately, it is also colder. Like in the bed, it's nice and toasty warm. You get out, it's a layer colder. Even though they have a nice roaring fire, it's still colder than it was in the bed. Then you get over to like the table near the window where Mira's sitting, keeping an eye out. It's even colder. You can see where the window is frosted over. There was heavy snow, at least for a portion of the night. But otherwise, it is a couple of hours when you start to hear people truly moving around and waking up for the morning.
We lived.
Yay.
Hooray!
Early.
And we can't go anywhere.
It's always nice to not die.
I mean, you can travel. You're probably just going to be slowed down.
Would we still make it to Coerval within a day, or would it take like a day and a half, 2 days?
You can't say for... you know what, Garrett? Give me a wisdom survive.
Wisdom survive.
You could probably get more accurate information on a reroll, I'd say. Yeah, so... It's not... Like, it was a heavy blizzard in the night, but it wasn't consistent for a really long time. So... You'd wager probably... Day and a half, 2 days travel at this point. So,
Yeah,
you know,
2
you're
days.
gonna lose a half-day, but also, with the way the weather's been, there's no guarantee that it's going to be getting any easier. And there is definitely potential for a, like, truly hellish blizzard to slow you down a lot more.
Does it seem like we're gonna get one of those, or...
You can't exactly predict the weather, but...
Fair enough.
You are in that time of the year where it would not be surprising. Like, you're essentially in the middle of frost at this point. Like,
but at the same time, waiting to see if it doesn't happen is worse than just trying to go, right?
it's not melting anytime soon. There's a lot of snow out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, if it's not going to get easier, then if we don't leave now, then what are we really doing?
Essentially, if it does lighten up, it's not going to get easier for at least a couple of days. At the current trend, you're probably looking at about 2 days travel, maybe a bit more. But there's also the potential it could get a lot worse. Like, you're one horrible, huge blizzard away from the journey taking you a week.
Fun.
Where you're literally going to have to shovel snow out of the way of the mule just to get it moving.
Oh, hold on, let me just see. Wow.
So, it is nearly sunrise. You guys are beginning to prepare. Anything else before you hit the road again?
Sorry, I'm just looking at my spells to see if there's anything I can do to make it this easier.
Okay.
Rohan suddenly develops laser vision and melts a path through the snow forest. No.
If we didn't have a mule, I might be able to do something. Can the mule carry one of us? Oh no, wait! I can do this. Do we have a wagon or something, or is it just a mule carrying stuff?
The mule had large saddlebags that were carrying things. You were not able to get a wagon on short notice that would be able to handle the more rough terrain.
Good. Okay. How long is a scene for the purposes of traveling?
It depends on the context.
If we leave now, and I do
would say
something
a scene is almost never going to be more than like an hour.
Okay. Well, I can make us go faster for an hour. Well, I can make us ignore the snow for an hour. Do we want to do that now, or like, do we think it's going to be needed later?
Let's see how we do with it.
All right. I will sit on this for a bit.
Bray gets himself all bundled up in his thick winter coat, scarf wrapped around his neck, mittens on.
All right, and you guys, the Ducal guards help get your mule. They make sure that all of your things are ready, and they kind of, the woman from last night just kind of, are you all sure you should be heading out in this? It might be getting a lot worse. You could stay with us a few days if you really need to be getting out. Where is it you're headed exactly?
I mean, I'll look at Garrett.
Yeah, I'm thinking at you, like, do we want to tell them where we're actually going? Or...
I mean, I don't know. I think it's a judgment call. It's up to you.
We're heading to Coerval. We had some merchandise that we were expecting to come in from there, but we haven't received it in a while. So we're going to talk with our business associates and see what the holdup is. Unfortunately, it is rather urgent. We have timetables to meet, so we have to go there as soon as we can. It should only take us 2 days or so to get there. Hopefully,
the woman gives a nod. Oh, well, least I could do is, I'll send a messenger bird out to Coerval and ask that they send one back once you arrive. Next couple days, if you don't. We'll send people just to make sure you're safe, just in case. Could get bad, you could get lost out there. It can get a right mess. Especially you hit especially if you hit a bad blizzard.
Are we sure we want them to send a bird telling them?
Streak is shooting Garrett a very panicked look.
Yes, Sam.
you know what? We've already sent word in preparation of this from Artivishde. So they're supposed to send a bird directly back, a messenger directly back to Artivishde once we arrive. So we're already covered on that front.
All right, sounds good then. Are you and she kind of like, are you sure could be a lot? Could be a lot of danger. And I mean, obviously we can't escort you, but we could at least have people to search if a blizzard does come through, if it dies down. And She kind of just shrugs a little bit. You sure?
Yeah, we'll make it or not, but we've got to try.
Not saying that, just saying. Make sure that, if you don't make it, we know and we could send a rescue party.
I think we're okay. We sort of have some plans on how to handle that if it comes to it, but we appreciate the help, the offer.
She gives a nod. And, Garrett, I would like you to... I should have asked this earlier, but Garrett, if you could give me a charisma convince.
Absolutely. Good thing I finally got rid of that negative to my convince. Or not. Maybe I should have saved my reroll for that.
Your reroll from when you woke up and stared at the snow.
Did the, lick the fingers, stick it out into the...
Alright, Look, it's frustrating, but... I worry about people out here in this... This frost comes, brings blizzards. I've lost horses, I've lost... She just shakes her head. Just stay the path and keep some big fires going. If something comes through in the next day or two, I'll at least have a couple of my men head to Coerval, make sure that the road is safe.
Yeah, sounds fair.
And with that, you guys are packing up and heading out?
Yep.
Sure.
Alright.
Here we go.
Here you go, indeed. Day 2 on the road. You start making your way, and there is something resembling a path. Garrett, I am going to need... Oh boy. I'm gonna say another wisdom survive, because this... Anything resembling a path is going to be hard to find in all of this snow. Staying on it's going to be hard at times.
Just for the sake of it, this is still considered the same scene?
No, this would be considered the travel scene.
Okay.
I don't think you need to reroll that one.
Nope. I just wanted to know just before I rolled in case how it went one way or the other.
So, you begin your travels. It is as simply put as possible. Like, you're heading out further ahead. You're more used to being here in the wilderness, even in the snow, than most. And even if it's not your forte, it is still something that you can handle. And you're doing an amicable job. And, yeah, the travels continue until evening as you lead and keep your eyes as peeled as you can. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break as your first day of travel continues.
Be right back.
Alrighty. So, as you guys continue your travels southward, it is very slow going. And even with Garrett leading and doing his best to keep you guys on the path, the day is waning incredibly quickly. Things seem like they are, like, it is a slow chug. On top of that, finding anything resembling a comfortable place to set up camp seems like hell. Eventually, as the sun is setting and it is getting ever more cold, you can hear what sounds like laughter coming across the next kind of ridge where there's some more trees.
Is it in the direction that we're already going?
Yeah,
like we
yeah,
would
it's
be
to the
heading
south,
towards
yeah.
that?
I mean, you're still
Okay, I just
following a
wasn't-
road. It sounds like it's further down the road.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if this was like you're hearing laughter over the ridge and it's like to the left of the road
No.
versus like
No, it's
okay.
south.
I mean, I guess we
Are
can.
there any signs of like a campfire, like smoke?
I mean, looking in that direction, maybe, like, you can't completely tell. It's already pretty dark. Like, essentially, like, the issue is, like, you also have to, like, see through a thicket of trees that you really can't. So,
Can I summon Umbra and send her ahead?
sure.
I would like to send her ahead. And then
You
ask
summon her, her ears go back, and she just, like, narrows her eyes at you, and she just thinks to you, it's so fucking cold. Why would you do this? Before she starts heading forward.
This is your entire purpose. You scout for us.
I brought you into this world, and I will take you out daily. Okay. Yes, I will send her ahead, and I will ask her what she sees.
After a few minutes, she reports snow, more snow, and, oh yeah, so much fucking snow, my paws are gonna fall off. Thanks for the frostbite, Dad.
Right, but what about the people?
Yeah, where's the laughter coming from, Umbra?
And, after maybe another 5 minutes of slowly and carefully trudging through the snow, leaving adorable little kitty footprints in her wake, she reports seeing two people wearing nice-ish clothes,
Okay.
sitting at a campfire up against, like, a ridge.
Okay. Are they armed?
No, they don't seem to have any weapons. They're laughing. A man and a woman seem to be sitting next to a campfire.
Okay. So they don't look dangerous or anything.
Best she can tell, they look like merchants.
Okay.
Like, they don't have a wagon or anything, but they have big bags and fairly nice clothing.
Alrighty. Well, I will fill the others in, and I will dismiss Umbra. She can go back to her warm void or whatever, wherever she lives.
She,
And I say to her, while you're back there, I would like you to think about the kind of attitude you're giving me here, alright? I'm doing my best.
And the last thing she thinks that you is your best isn't good enough.
Don't I know it?
And, yeah, it seems like it's just two people she was able to report. They didn't seem to be paying a lot of attention to anything going on. They were just kind of sitting by a campfire. She didn't get close enough to, by your command, and you didn't want her to run up to him, right?
No.
Okay. So yeah,
I want to know if we're walking into an ambush, basically. So
No,
yeah, I think we're
they were eating something.
great. Yeah, I mean, I'll let the others know. I think we're safe to approach.
Shall we go say hello then?
Great.
Yeah,
All right.
certainly.
We will trudge forward through the snow then.
Yeah.
Ray being our most charismatic party member, I recommend they say hi first because, but I if they don't want to, I can.
No, he will. He's always happy to jump into conversation.
There's a warm fire.
That helps too.
Oh.
But yeah, so I think like Frey will be very open about his approach. A hand lifted in greeting.
And as you kind of do, they stop laughing and kind of stare at you for a second, and then the man just, oh, JD, would you look at that? Not really what we expect around here, and she immediately, oh, people this late at night, that is just so heartbreaking. It must be so cold. Please, 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 come. And, like, the woman just runs over towards you to, like, pull you towards the fire. It's not very large.
Thank you, thank you. It's always nice to have a warm welcome.
Oh, yeah. This is normally a place sometimes people set up when they're running, bridge kind of blocks the easterly winds. And, motions as it is. It's like, you can see there is it looks like an old, like, patchwork leather tent that they're set up on. There's another one nearby. They have large packs sitting next to them. And it looks like strips of some sort of meat that are on sticks heated up by the fire.
Okay.
And the woman just, I'm Janie, and this here's my brother Jacoby. We're the Villards. Mercantile expert extraordinaires. She gives a little half smile.
Annie and Jacoby, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Frey, and these are my friends, my traveling companions. And he'll introduce each in turn.
All right, and
Hello there.
Oh, there we go. The man Jacoby he's maybe 30-ish. He seems to be maybe a little bit older, and he just certainly a bit of a interesting. Take it you all got a little bit caught out.
Well, you can't really account for the weather, can you? I'd rather it be sunny and clear, but here we are. But you're both caught out as well.
Yeah. Have to go, though.
Where are you headed?
Oh, gotta make it out of Ishta. So many things that need doing, and, well, not a lot of trade happening out in Coerval these days, but supposed to set up some contracts, get some people, dropping off some, and he kind of turns and Janie, cuts him off or finishes his sentence, you can't really tell which. Fasteners. That's the big thing we need, fasteners. Need to be dropping those off along with some raw bronze and brass, maybe. But we're trying to get, just in general, we need a smith to be able to do some deliveries. Got someone who's supposed to be doing some cabinetry, ran out of fasteners. And he just...
Give it a vibe check. Are they hiding something? Like, I don't think they're lying to us, but it kind of feels like they're talking around something that they don't want to...
Out of curiosity, I, Robert, am curious on what you are getting from that they're talking around.
Well, to me, like, the fact that she cut him off and then she was like, fasteners, that's what we need, fasteners. And then she said it like 7 times, and it's like, okay.
My
yeah,
understanding of that was more like how if you have like a sibling or you have like a partner who like talk, like they'll finish your sentences and stuff. That's kind of what I got of that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's fine though. Fair. Yeah, no, vibe check, wisdom into it.
Okay. I finally upgraded my Intuit to a 2, so I also want to use it.
Everything you're seeing about them, they seem to be, like, I mean, keeping your eyes on them, and, I mean, everything seems to track. They have multiple journals. You can see where there's a very large inkwell that is tied off, like, hanging off the side of one. Like, it all seems to match up with them being merchants.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, I didn't think they were lying necessarily, just that, like, maybe there's something where they're like, I don't want to get into this with, with whoever these people are.
I mean,
Like,
not from what you can tell. They seem like they're being pretty open.
that's fair. Cool. Good to know.
And at this point, Janie just kind of... actually, Jacoby was just going to get some more firewood, get it going. Maybe someone could help him. After all, he's a bit of a, well, sticks for arms, not really good at it.
Garrett here is our wilderness man. You know a thing or two about firewood, don't you, Garrett?
Here, it's gone.
Apparently not.
There's typing.
Apparently not.
He's already gone. He got told to get the firewood, and we turn around and he's already
Yeah, you turn around, he's already, like, there's a fucking cartoon plume of smoke.
Yeah.
Garrett is in his element in the woods.
It's like, firewood? I would love to.
Sorry, I thought I had slightly more time. Made a quick trip to the bathroom. Yeah, I can absolutely help gather some firewood for tonight. That would not be a problem at all.
And, Janie just kind of, like, shoves Jacoby towards you and just, like, they give you that, like, all right, get going. And, once you two are gone, she just kind of, thank the saints. Thought we were gonna freeze to death tonight. Jacoby's not really much good at, all this.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not that good at all this either, but that's what all my friends are here for.
Yes, well, you have some. I get stuck with him, and, well, like I said, we're just trying to get our coin as a bit of a middleman here. Hopefully bring some back immediately, get a nice big smith to drop some stuff off in the next couple weeks. Does it look good? Fortunately, and she kind of, like, motions at the snow. All of this shite just kind of ruined our nice, easy job. But enough about me. What you all heading to Coerval?
We are. Are you? Any news from Coerval?
She just kind of, like, raises an eyebrow. Town hasn't changed since it was founded. What news would there be?
Just, the usual local gossip, local events, local ghost stories, things of interest.
Not much in the way of the dead that gets around there. It's pretty boring, honestly. Wish I could find something.
Are you from Coerval?
Not quite born and raised, but just about. And she kind of gives a little shrug. But enough about me, enough about Coerval. What are you all doing heading there?
Well, we actually happen to be on our way to go, well, hopefully find a friend who ended up there.
No one really ends up in Coerval, at least not willingly at this point. I mean, everyone I know who goes there, I mean, you go there to do some trade and then leave.
That won't be that bad of a place.
It's boring. It's not that it's bad. It's just boring.
This
He's
friend
being-
of ours.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just, this friend of ours might not have ended up there, voluntarily themselves. So we're not positive that they're there, but we're gonna go find out. I look at Frey like I don't know if I should have said that, but you know.
We're hopeful.
Oh, that's good. I guess.
You haven't seen any newcomers come by in recent weeks?
I mostly stick to myself. We're just trying to save up enough coin to. I thought after the Black Sun there'd be more coin in expansion, but we burnt out a lot of it. Just trying to get a place back in our division right now.
Being like honest about all this?
What's that?
Like that, does she seem like she's being like, honest and about with like, Coerval being a very boring place with nothing happening?
Give me a I mean, as far as like what you know about Coerval, or like if she seems like she's lying or trying to
Reading
hide something.
her body language, basically.
Okay, yeah, give me a wisdom into it.
All right.
I mean, she mostly just seems. She gives you the vibe of, much like Frey, like, she's a city slicker.
Okay.
She's, like, it seems like she really, like, just wants to be in the city. Though, I mean, how much has Mira talked about Coerval?
A little. But I mean, at the time she was living there, she was not exactly conscious for most of it.
Yeah, not exactly interacting with it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, would you have described it at all? Like, be able to corroborate the whole Coerval's kind of boring, or not really know anything? Or...
I think she would be able to give, like, a basic impression of it.
So yeah, I mean, it tracks. It's a boring little town in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Okay.
It's like nighttime now, right now, right?
Yeah, it's like after dark at this point.
Okay, I'm gonna read her mind.
Okay.
Robert's texting me on the side again, fucking with me. So I gotta waste a spell slot.
Good thing we're going to sleep, so you get that spell slot back in the morning.
Exactly. Am I get anything from her surface thoughts? Getting anything from surface thoughts?
There are no surface thoughts.
Like there are no surface thoughts?
There are no surface thoughts.
How are there no surface thoughts?
What?
That's weird.
Okay. Okay.
Garrett out in the middle of the woods hearing this.
And I...
Oh, don't worry. We're going to be jumping to Garrett here in a minute.
Oh,
Fuck
fuck.
me! I hate this. God damn it. Okay. Can I... I'm gonna try to dig deeper, I guess. I mean, it seems like this person doesn't have thoughts, but you know.
Okay.
I guess. Wait, can you remind me? I feel like I'm trying to real quick read this. They don't realize that I'm digging deeper.
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I will dig deeper and I will ask. I mean, I guess the main thing we need to know first is, have they told us a lie since we started talking?
May I ask one
A
question?
substantial lie. I think that's
You
a
have to ask
thing?
a specific question of, okay, so like, yeah, that's fair. Okay, so the target gets a mental save before. Huh? Unfortunately, the spell ends.
Yeah. Okay. I will let Garrett know that this person has no surface thoughts.
But
and
before
I'm
you get a chance to do that,
Yeah, here we go.
we're gonna jump on over to Garrett. Garrett, you and Jacoby are making your way. You know, I assume you're taking charge on like finding good firewood at this point.
Yeah, I'm giving all like the little bullshit details about how you got to check like close underneath the trees and like the tree wells where like the snow can't really get to find good dry wood.
So that's. I always thought that the trick was to just kind of chop up dead branches and trunks and things. I don't know.
Well, you've got to find the dead branch, because if you just find dead branches out in the snow, they're going to be wet and soaked through. So you got to find the ones that are close to the bases of the tree. That way they're more dry.
But wouldn't...
Because the tree itself gives it some protection from the snow. Between like the, especially and you're, are we in a deciduous forest, or are we in? I'm asking Robert this. Are we in like a coniferous or deciduous forest?
This would be a... this would be coniferous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you see how all these trees still have like leaves? I mean, they're not leaves; they're needles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna help keep the snow, because there's still stuff there. It's not just branches. It's gonna help keep the snow away from the middle of the tree. Which is where now you'll find all the good stuff. Plus, this stuff burns hot.
But why? Truth be told, I'm not. I just don't like being the one. I kind of got drafted into doing it, if that makes sense. Was never my intention. I didn't want to, but she made me. She made me do it. Made me do it.
Go get the wood?
Everything. I mean, everything.
Well, I mean, I guess, I had an older sister too who would, kind of boss me around a bit. So, yeah, I get that.
She's the brains on the... And he kind of like lifts up his arms. I'm the bronze.
I just kind of nod my head at that and just keep blah, 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 and keep collecting, the wood and everything.
He kind of just follows your lead, and you guys collect wood, and as you're kind of like loading up to start turning back, that would be when Rowan is like, hey, she ain't got no thoughts.
But I pause for a second, just kind of out of nowhere, and at least for what he would see, and I'm like, what do you mean they have no surface thoughts?
I mean what I said. They have no surface thoughts. I don't know what they are, but
that sounds really weird.
They're either not human or they have something that's blocking their surface thoughts, or I don't know. But I would get out of there and watch your back.
Well, we're heading back to camp right now.
All right, keep an eye on him.
So I will go and I'll turn to Jacob. Well, seeing as how you're the brawn here, why don't you carry I try to like hand him a little bit more of the wood that I'm carrying, and I'm like, here, I'll make sure we've got some light So for that, I'll kind of need a hand free to help carry this. It'll make it easier for us to get back to the campground.
He kind of just nods in agreement.
So I get most. So I kind of hand him all the wood. So now I've got hands free and pull out my trusty lantern with one hand
Okay.
and get that lit using my tinderbox that I have in my bag. Well, not the tinderbox. I'd actually keep like on me, and not in the bag itself. But my tinderbox.
All right. And he just kind of, follows you, and so you're like going. So are you ahead or behind him while he's carrying everything?
I am gonna try to get him to go in front of me, so that I'll hold the light so you can see where you're going. That way you're not having to trip over stuff, and you lead the way back. Just follow our footsteps.
Oh, okay. I can do that. I can do that. Of course, I can do that. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang back there, Rowan, you were momentarily talking to Garrett about how she ain't got no thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just listening to Garrett's thoughts to make sure that nothing's happening to him so I don't have to make a run for it.
And Frey is going to ask Janie, do you mind if we start setting up our camp about here?
Of course, please do. I can help any way you would like me to, honestly.
I think that's okay. We can handle it ourselves. I shoot Frey like a little look.
We're quite used to it by now. But thank you for the offer.
She sits on the other side of the fire and just kind of, near the entrance to the tent, and just motions for you guys to continue.
I'm just gonna sit there and keep an eye on her until Garrett gets back. And
are you not going to help us unpack our things and set up camp?
Not until Garrett gets back.
Okay.
Let's be real here. Mira and I are doing most of it.
Yeah, Frey is supervising. He's like, okay, put that over there. Put that over there.
What is Frey supervising?
Where his bedroll is going.
We need a project manager for setting up our camp.
Are we doing it agile or scrum style?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just sit there on the other side of the fire, just staring at her, trying not to be too intense, but also not trying to hide it too hard. Just I'm not taking my eyes off her.
And Gary, you said you had your lantern out?
Yep.
Lovely. Second. All right. So, with that, you start making your way, you're following him, he's making his way back. It is as well as could be expected, I think, your journey back. You get to the point where, he's, probably 10 feet ahead of you. You're circling past another couple trees on the last 100 feet or so, and he kind of stumbles as you're near the base of a huge tree that got chopped down or fell in a storm years ago, just a chunked stump, and he stumbles and just kind of drops everything as he does, and just, oh, no, not again. Oh. And he kind of turns back to you with a smile. Not gonna tell I'm gonna tell Janie about this, are you?
About what?
Me falling and fucking up like this. It's such a not quite common appearance, but happens. She always rides my ass about it.
Not a problem. I guess, Did he make a huge mess with where he spilled the
Yeah, he
like,
just
did
kind of
he,
like dumped them all
fall?
as he was like catching himself.
Okay. Well, here, why don't we start picking
Garrett,
all this up, and
Garrett, do not turn your back to this man.
I'm gonna make sure that I can like see him. I'm not gonna just bend over next to him. Like I'm gonna come
Thank
around from
you.
the front,
Okay.
and I'm gonna do my best to pick it up while still keeping the lantern in my other hand. So just kind of pick up a little, and basically my game plan, I want to be able to, if possible, if he starts to try to attack me, is to like smack him with the lantern that's on fire and see if I can catch him on fire.
Nice.
Right.
So with that like being in mind, as I'm thinking that, Rohan is also getting that thought that that's kind of what's going on here.
Good.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to like help him like pick the stuff up. While doing it here, hold your arms out, and I'll start like loading him back up.
And he seems to appreciate it, and for the most part, he seems like he's really fucking stressed and out of his depth. And he kind of eventually gets all the sticks like back in his arms, and all the firewood's ready to go, and you just, thank you, and you start making your way back to the road proper, where you kind of headed down the road a little bit, where you were picking up the sticks, and he's still ahead of you by, 5 feet or so. Meanwhile, Janie is just kind of like watching you guys, and she's just like, "Good, you're sure you you're sure you do not need help fixing everything, putting it together?"
We're sure, thank you.
It's all right. I'm very strong. Camille like does a big smile, a big innocent smile. She has no idea what's going on.
Is there anything we can help you with?
She just kind of shakes her head, a little confused at the question. And, she goes to put her hands to the ground to stand up, and she kind of, like, stumbles to her feet, and... Have you ever seen Beyond?
Beyond?
Beyond the... And at this point, in perfect unison, Rowan, you and Garrett both hear Jacoby and Janie saying to each other in perfect unison at the same time, beyond everything.
Ray looks very confused.
I walk over to Frey, I grab his arm by the wrist, and I say, "We're gonna be heading out now, bye, thanks." And then
At
I
this
start walking
point,
towards the-
Garrett, from where you are standing, the sticks fall again, this time on something resembling a road. And... Garrett, I would like you to give me a mental save.
Mental save. That's a failure.
You look forward, and...
Oh, that's a failure by 1.
Is a painful failure. And you can't... Like, you see the bundle of firewood strewn on the ground. You can see where the lantern is still in your left hand, but you can't look at Jacoby. You can vaguely see his boots almost in the thick snow, but you can't see him. Something, you just can't focus. You can't bring yourself to look at him. You can't bring yourself to comprehend something. You don't even understand. And at the same time, Rowan, as you are pulling Frey, Mira, you and Strieg still, Janie just kind of see beyond it all. And, Mira, you were still innocent to all of this, right?
Yes.
Alright, so, Strieg, would you also have been looking at Janie at this point?
No, probably not.
Okay. Mira, I would like a mental save from you.
Okay. Is this a magical effect?
Yes.
Okie dokie, I get +2.
Nice. Oh, by what?
Oh no.
Oh.
I could just say no, but what if I need it later?
You do, the first failed saving throw against the magical effect you suffer in a day is turned into a success.
Oh. Really? Wait.
Read your abilities, Alex, come on.
I am! Oh, okay. Well, I guess it is a success then.
You look up, and it's not Janie. The clothes are there, kind of, but it's a humanoid shape, but her arms are long and misshapen and sinewy and thin, and she no longer has hair, just these strange... The skin's gone, but there's something resembling a skull, kind of strange growths that have something to them. You can't make it out. It's muscle and sinew and growth that twitches. And you can see these tendrils coming off of her. And she just begins to almost grow them out.
Oh, another stick person.
I'm gonna jump in front of everybody else very quickly.
And at this point, we will be rolling initiative.
Right. Love that. Wow, I actually have 2 spell slots left. This feels so good.
Alrighty. So, you guys are up first. Mira.
Me.
What are you doing?
The combat thingy. Combat quick.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry, my headphone disconnected. What was that?
I'm opening up the quick combat thing to look at.
All right.
How far can I throw something?
Depends on what you're trying to throw.
A little bottle.
I'm gonna go here and
Maybe don't. Hold on. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
We can go in any order, right?
You can.
Okay. Then
Just
then
in
I'll
case this
wait.
works, then maybe you don't want to be there. So just
Is Is Mira the only one who can see her true form right now?
Mira's the only one who has looked at her.
Oh, that's true. I guess we don't even know that this is happening then.
No, this is like, yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, Mira, you would have priority here for whatever you're doing.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You should do it then.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in front of Frey and screen him,
Okay.
and then, I'm gonna yell, "She's not human," and punch her in the face.
From one alien to another, she's not human!
I mean, I'm a nice alien.
Could I potentially cast Enlarge Limbs before she punches? If she's yelling.
Could, but with Mira in particular, she does already have a fighting style that increases her damage. So you would know that it would not give her a buff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Essentially, like, the mechanical aspect of enlarging arms would be... Let me pull and open unarmed attack really quick. So unarmed attack is normally 1d2 plus punch. Enlarged arms would make it a 1d6.
Cool. Okay.
And then I think there was something else noted. I don't have it open right now, so...
Nice. I will take it.
All right. Yeah, so... Mira, you are attacking. Go ahead, roll.
Yes.
Yeah, that hits. Unfortunately, bare minimum damage, but... You head in and charge forward and just haul off and fucking body check her. And the voice you hear is still hers. She's just, why are you, please stop. And at the same time, there's just this twitching. The voice you're hearing and what's happening are completely divorced from each other. Streak, Frey, Rowan. You see what's happening? I'm going to need mental saves from all of you.
Yeah.
You get +2 from me.
Nice. Thank you.
Cool.
Love that. Doesn't matter. All right. Great.
Oh boy. Strieg. Frey, you see this horrifying... It's similar to something you've sketched recently. But more humanoid, even. Meanwhile, Strieg, you and Rowan... You see Mira attacking Janie. And... her jaw is broken, her teeth are on the ground, and you see her scared, crying. Mira's standing, towering over her. But when you try and focus on Janie, you just can't. You just see this heartbreaking image of Mira just attacking an innocent traveler. Assaulting, and just... You can see blood on the ground, teeth scattered. Anyway, the rest of you do still have turns.
You add half your level rounded up to all damage you inflict on casters from any source. Does that, just in case that includes this?
Yes, it will. So that's another 3 damage.
Nice. Okay.
So, Frey looking... First, just like the confusion as Rohan suddenly is like trying to drag him away, and then Mira just like charging forward. Then just his eyes widening in horror as he sees this thing. And... And he just focuses on her. On Janie. no, you can't. You can't hurt us. You won't hurt us. And I'm going to use his ill fate ability on her. So as a main action, curse a visible target. Basically, I would like her to take a penalty for any kind of attempting to harm us. If she makes any attempt to harm us, she gets a penalty.
All right. Now it is for skill check.
Oh, is that different?
So skill checks are not like an attack is a d20, a skill check is 2d6.
Oh.
So I don't know if that's more relevant to you, but
I don't know. I'll keep it for now.
okay. All right. So she is cursed. It is gonna last a long fucking time. So there is that. All right. Garrett, let's go jump over to you really quick.
Yay!
Jacoby is
No.
here. You just can't. You know he's there, but you can't look at him.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I've heard from Rohan that like there's shit going down and that they're trying to attack us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will throw the lantern at him,
All right.
like I planned on doing.
All right. I would like you to give me a... Unable to focus, I would say... Give me a... Throw a hurl weapon. Okay, yeah, give me a dex shoot.
It's a 9.
All right, you launch the lantern. It ends up falling in the same place that he is. Though, without actually making contact with him. Though, maybe it did, you're not sure. It seems like it may have broken. Like, you heard the cracking of glass, but you really can't say for sure. You can't look at it. What else are you doing?
I am also gonna do my best to try to, since I can't look at him, I can't really shoot him. So I'm gonna do my best to try to sprint back towards the rest of the group.
Alright.
So that would put me at a full, what, 30 feet of movement?
Yeah.
And these are, what, 5 per square, right?
Yep.
So is that 5 or is that 10 if diagonal? I always forget.
Diagonals are still 5.
Okay.
Though you couldn't move diagonal here because this is where he is. You can't move through.
Right. Okay, so 5, 10.
So you can go like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's how far you can
Yeah,
go.
that's basically it. Somehow. Well, I have 2 of me on the screen now. This should be where I actually am, right?
Yep.
Okay. Because I have one that's about 3 spaces.
Yeah, there's a
lower,
weird
or
bug
whatever.
when you start dragging a character while they're also being moved. It creates a
Yeah.
clone. You just have to refresh Foundry and it fixes it. All right.
All right, but yeah, so I'll do that.
You are running into the darkness.
Yep.
Which, by the way, Alex, thank you for Mira having so much dark vision, because you get to enjoy how much effort I put into this map, and not just the tiny little slivers that the party gets to see.
You're welcome.
Nice.
All right, Streeg, Rowan.
Can I see Garrett? I can't, right? He's past the darkness.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
All right.
You can
Can
hear
you see
him.
that there is light
Yeah,
there?
you can see that there's light, kind of.
But he doesn't count as a visible ally.
I would not say he's a visible ally right now, no.
That's fair. Okay, well, I'm gonna cast double time on all of us. On the 4 of us that are here. Yeah, that's all I got. Oh, I gotta roll the 1d4. 1 sec. Roll 1d4 plus 1.
Wow.
Cool. So for 5 rounds, we get an extra main action per round, but you do have to take system strain each round that you use it. So, you know,
All right.
use with care. But
All right, so you have another main action.
oh yeah, that's right. Well, I can't use the class spells. I guess I will. Can I shoot a crossbow past Frey and Mira from here?
You
or-
cannot focus on Janie.
Oh right.
You failed.
Yeah, you're correct.
All you
I
see at a glance when you like try and focus on Mira is her like viciously assaulting an innocent traveler.
Yeah, I mean, I at least know that like whatever I'm seeing is probably a lie because I know that they, I mean, one that they like spoke in unison like the twins from The Shining or whatever, and that she doesn't have surface thoughts, so like I think it's safe to say that I would know that it's okay to beat them up, but
Still off-putting to see Mira just blatantly
Yes,
assaulting
absolutely.
someone.
100%, absolutely. Well, this sucks. I can't really do anything then. Yeah, all right.
All right, so you have you're just not doing anything with your turn. You have a main action and a move.
Yeah, I mean, if I take the main action, I have to take a system strain anyway, so not worth it. I'll like step back over here maybe,
All right.
just in case I can shoot a crossbow later.
All right. And all right. Strieg, that leaves you.
I think I just scream what the fuck and stumble backwards.
All right. Back into the brush. Watching as Mira starts assaulting this poor woman. All right, that's your turn then?
Yep.
Lovely. Garrett.
Yes. I'm just gonna do my best to sprint back towards everyone else again. Unless
Oh no,
he's gonna try to-
they've got a turn. They get a turn.
Oh, they got a turn. Well, you said Garrett, so I'm
Yeah,
just
I
gonna-
know. I said Garrett because we're gonna do your thing first. You feel something holding you, but you
Physically or
can't
mentally?
physically.
Physically.
You can't even bring yourself to look at your own arm right now. And you are going to need to give me 1 second while I double check grapple rules. Alright, it does not need to make the attack here. It just gets to do this because you're not looking at it. Alright, lovely. So I am going to need you to give me a strength punch.
Strength punch. Gotta reopen my character sheet. It's an 8.
That's gonna be a loss against Jacoby. And you feel your arm just getting bound tighter and tighter. And okay, so that wouldn't happen until next turn. At the end of each round in which a defender remains grappled, they suffer damage from each attacker as if hit with an unarmed attack from each... Okay, so this would be the equivalent to an unarmed attack from it, which is... not a lot. Garrett, you take 4 damage.
Doesn't he have to roll against my? Oh no, because I automatically just take the damage.
Yes, at the end of each round in which a defender remains grappled, they suffer damage from each attacker as if hit with an unarmed attack.
Okay.
So... I'm going to also put that in important links, the grapple rules, just to have it. But I digress. Garrett, that is your turn, and you can feel your arm, like, tearing. Like, you can feel your flesh tearing and just screaming in pain.
I will do my best to try to stab roughly where I would guess his arm is.
Not
like
your turn.
Like
Not your turn.
Oh, it's not my turn
Janie
yet.
hasn't went yet.
Oh, son of a Fraggle Rock! All right.
Sorry. All right, so Janie is going to... she is going to... Oh boy. Run back from Mira. Mira, you are going to get an attack if you'd like to take it.
Sure.
Okay, that's not the attack, that's the skill.
Hold on.
God damn, as she turns, you fucking swing at her.
And that was +3 damage?
Oh god, yeah. Ooh, she is not looking good. She kind of stumbles backwards and just lets out this guttural hiss almost. It's not a sound you've ever heard anything make. Meanwhile, Rowan, you and Streak see as Mira, like, this woman tries to pull herself away, and Mira just hauls off and just punches her in the back, and you can hear the cracking of ribs as she stumbles back against the wall, begging and pleading for her life. Mira just emotionlessly standing there, watching as she runs away.
I mean,
now,
I don't think real Mira is emotionless. She's probably...
yeah, no, it's wild, isn't it? How that works. And yeah, she's low enough. I guess she will. She holds Mira. You and Frey watch as she holds a hand out to the cliff face behind her, and you see this portal form. This opening, this gateway. And she utters in... All of you hear this. In that actual, presumed Janie voice. Take me. And... she begins to get pulled into the portal, becoming strange, and everything seems off, and she is literally sucked in, being absorbed by it. And as she does, gone, a lurker emerges in her place. Those things that Garrett described earlier.
Was she not a lurker, the Iowa stick man?
Apparently not. This is something different. I would describe her as halfway between what you had seen before, those lurkers, and a human.
Right.
And it is going to charge forward. And it is going to... Oh boy. It is going to attempt to maul Mira.
Okay.
13 hit.
I believe my AC is 15. Let me double check.
That is what I'm seeing. Oh, that's okay. Shock damage. You still take 5 damage.
Okay. No biggie.
You only take... Oh, yeah, 5 shock damage. As it comes out and mauls you. All right, now it's your guys' turn. Garrett?
I would like to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess yeah. Any order.
No, Garrett can go. He's been waiting for a while to stab this guy.
Yeah, I want to try to stab the arm of this thing that's holding on to me. I can feel roughly where it's grabbing me.
Yes.
All right, I want to try to stab there with my dagger.
All right, I will say doing it blind, you're going to be doing it at a -2.
Great. That I already have a -2. That hits an AC of 11.
11 is not enough.
Well, he still takes 2 damage anyways, unless his AC is greater than 15.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's disappointing. So yeah, you do actually get him. Fuck.
Which is funny because I
always
still
forget about
would've hit him
shock
at
damage when we don't do
damage.
combat for a while. And you and stab in, and you just kind of like, it's a very strange feeling. Like, you've stabbed something, but it was like stabbing bark or stone or something so hard that it's barely piercing. And as you do, give me another mental save.
Mental saves.
God damn.
You still can't focus.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I would like to cast up down on all of us. All of us meaning, I guess I can't. Oh, yeah, one visible. So all of us except for Garrett and Ken, unfortunately.
Bye.
And I will just yell at everyone around us, up, and fly 30 feet straight into the air.
God.
All right. And if everybody else comes up, then I have another thing I'd like to do with my second action. But that will depend on everyone else coming up.
I don't believe you can split your turns. You do have to, like, take your entire turn at once.
Ooh, okay. Damn. I don't think I could do this because I think I'll hurt Mira. And maybe Frey, who knows? I just have had this thing for so long, and I just want to use. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna give it a shot.
So in the combat actions thing, there's delay in action, which says the combatant simply chooses to delay the remainder of their actions this turn until after a particular other participant has acted.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I guess then.
So yeah, you can't hold an action then.
Nice. Sick. Okay. I will just. If everybody else goes up, then I will do another thing.
Ray looks very confused as Rohan suddenly like zooms up into the air. But yeah, he will try to follow suit. He definitely wants away from this thing.
Yeah.
So I guess Ray
so
will
funny to
also be
imagine.
up in the air.
If somebody just gave me the ability to fly, and you're just like, I believe that I have it, but how do I do it?
Oh, holding an action costs your move action. That was it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, you wouldn't be able to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if you're up in the air and you wanted to use a second action, you would have to commit to it now.
Fair. That's fine. I will.
All right.
I will leave it.
All right. So anyway, I'm sorry. Mira Frey Streak.
Well, Frey went up.
Frey went up. Great.
Yeah, Frey went up.
The uncomfortable floating into the air and almost anti-gravity-like feelings of Rohan's aptly named up-down ability
I will specifically yell at Strieg also. Strieg up, just because I know Strieg is gonna be like, what the fuck are we doing? What's happening?
Streak is kind of freaking out right now. There's a lot going on and he doesn't understand.
I'm just yelling over and over, Strieg up!
Can I actually see this lurker?
You cannot currently. Oh, the lurker? Yes, you can. Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay. Is going up a movement?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you can move in 3 dimensions. So, like, you can move up 30 feet or, like, you know, whatever. It's just part of your movement.
So fucking weird. Okay. I guess I'm gonna take a shot at it first because that seems to be the main priority.
All right. Crossbow time. I love that 12 and a half because of the adding a level.
Ah.
Why are we adding level to your attacks there? What's adding your level to your attacks?
Level divided by 2.
Killing blow. Whenever I inflict damage with any attack, spell, or special ability, I add half of my character level.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, I stand corrected. All right, so yeah, I was like, what the hell? There's so much stuff. All right,
wait,
so
it should be rounded up, so it should be 13.
Yeah, 13. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know rounding syntax in Foundry, so. Yeah. So 13, as you unleash this bolt, and it just right into it, and it just kind of shudders, and you see as the bolt actually kind of gets absorbed, and then that kind of sinewy outer layer of skin just begins to grow around it, and it begins to turn it into another arm or small appendage.
Oh, what the fuck?
Does it look like it did damage, though, or...?
I mean, it shuddered like it was in pain, or at least acknowledging it.
Okay.
Then I guess I'm gonna hit it in the face?
Alright. Also, is Streak going up?
Did I just watched both Rohan and Frey just vanish up into the sky, right?
Yes. And then I think, what did Ron say to him?
Strieg up!
He's been yelling the whole time, go up.
Oh.
He is just repeatedly going like, fuck, what the fuck, and he'll jump up.
And as you do, gravity does not find you as you begin just accelerating to an uncomfortably fast degree upwards.
And Mira, who's still on the ground, just hears, fuck!
Alex, it's your worst nightmare. All your friends are being abducted by aliens.
But not me.
Oh, alright, Mira.
Bonk?
Holy shit.
Big
Holy
bonk.
shit.
Man. We have some real wallopers in this
Yo,
party.
swing it now!
Warrior class, man. We just had to get a few levels.
Again, if it's a caster, +3.
Oh god, yeah. With that, you come in and you just body check and just with everything you've got, slam yourself punch after punch into this thing. It just shudders falling backwards to the ground. And you just hit it again until it's on the ground, not moving, and it just starts twitching.
Is it dead?
It's no longer like it's just twitching. Is the best way I could describe it. I couldn't say it's dead, but it doesn't seem to be a threat.
I don't know if I believe you.
As I said, it's like twitching.
You know, there's a fire right there.
Since you guys are 30 feet up, can you see Garrett now?
Can we?
Would they be able
Yes, you
to?
can. Yeah, you would be able to see Garrett.
Yay. Okay. I will head towards him when it's my turn again.
Okay,
Oh, I didn't move. If I can move too, then I will do that.
yeah, would you like to move
Fly
on?
with us.
Say that it's awfully hard for me to shoot a bow with one arm.
Yeah, we're coming. Or at least I am.
That's
Of course, now
30,
I'm just imagining Mira coming in like, and it's Mira off the top rope, just comes in pile drives. Ah.
okay. I'm done.
Okay. Mira has started to fly up.
Is Janie gone? Like, did we see her finish getting sucked into the portal?
Yeah, she got sucked in. This thing came out, portal gone.
Okay, cool. Just
I'm hoping that thing does not get up and attack Frey. That would make me.
Well, Frey's
very
30
sad.
feet in the air, so...
Oh, well, yeah, that's okay. I forgot about that briefly.
ready.
Alright, so that is going to bring us to Garrett, who is still trying to fight Jacoby. That's Jacoby's turn. Garrett, you feel your arm, like you can't look at it as you're feeling your left arm just get pulled. And finally, it is going to attempt to grapple your right arm now.
Both my arms?
Yeah.
So, theoretically, because of the way this grapple thing works, is I take damage equal to an unarmed attack
Yeah.
at the end of their turn.
Yep.
Am I taking 2 unarmed attacks, seeing as how it's double grappling me, or just
No,
one?
it's just trying to get more control over what you're looking at.
Okay.
So I am going to need another strength punch.
And that is that again with a -2 modifier? So I think you had me had a
No,
-2
no, that was
modifier
for the
last time.
attack you had the negative.
Oh, that was for the attack.
Not the
Okay.
grapple.
Okay. That's also a fail.
And as you're like pulling away, you turn, and after you stab, you pull back, but then your arm gets caught, and you are now held like so that you would be staring at it, but you can't. I am going to need another mental save as it is trying to force you to stare into the void.
Does this get that -2?
No.
Okay. Finally!
Thank God.
Succeeded for once this
You,
combat.
God, yeah, you start looking and you don't know how to comprehend what you are looking at, and you focus. And
I'm also going to do my best to block whatever this is mental image
yeah,
from going
it's very
through the earring
unfortunate
to
because there
Rohan.
are, if you failed this one, I would have got to do some very fun stuff, but instead you finally just get to see Jacoby for what he currently is. In all of his horrible, hideous, lurker-esque nature. And end of turn, he is going to deal some lovely
Well, hey,
unarmed.
theoretically,
Theoretically.
would the start of this whole thing have involved, you know, once per day as an instant action when in danger, I get an intuitive sense of the best course of action to get out of this?
At no point were Jacoby and Janie a danger to you.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to
There is something
ask.
very weird going on here that
It was
I'm sure you
weird,
got a
but
little
not
bit of it with the
necessarily-
lack of thoughts.
Yeah, it was weird and then not necessarily a danger right off the bat. Okay,
No.
fair enough.
Anyway, you do need to take damage from the grapple. Wow. Grapple damage is big.
Oh, he's a big old tentacle boy. All right. That brings me down to half health.
Love that.
Hey, Rohan, I'm a little stuck over here. Any help would be great.
Coming.
All right, well, it's your guys' turn.
Alrighty. Let's see how much I can move.
Since both of my arms are currently being grappled, can I still stab him?
Oh gosh, that's
You can try. It would be at a. I'd say you could.
Man, I
You
can
could
see
try.
him now.
It would be at a -4 because you're essentially like trying to like rest your arm free while stabbing.
Okay, what if I went for the classic headbutt?
Be an unarmed attack at -2.
All right.
Or you
I
could
will
try
go-
and do a like. You could try and break the grapple.
Okay, breaking the grapple is what, a strength punch?
I'm checking.
How do I get rid of this?
You don't. It's there forever now.
Oh, I definitely did the wrong thing. Okay.
Yeah, I would say a strength punch if you want break it.
Yeah, I will try to break the grapple.
All right, and he's going to oppose. Whew!
No.
Barely broke it. He barely held on. What is going on with these fucking lines?
I don't know how to
I
get
will-
rid of it. It's not listening.
Do my best to yell at him, let me go.
Let my people go.
I was
if you
thinking that.
Ah, thank you. Okay. I'm gonna zoom right over to Garrett here. Right on top of him.
For the sake of ease, can you move next to him just so we can see what's going on?
Sure. I'm gonna go here though, if that's
Lovely.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then that is gonna take me 1 system strain. Because that's 90 feet, so that's 30 plus 1 move plus the other move. Yeah, okay. Well, I can't do anything this turn, but I'm here.
All right, Mira, Strieg, Frey.
I will move twice, I guess.
All right.
If you
And
want
you-
to take your double time thing, then you can do it a 3rd time also.
Oh, was that a thing?
Yes, he did haste you at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah. You will take a system strain though. But
Okay.
Frey also flying in.
Yeah, he's also going to take advantage of the double time to move at 60 total feet towards the light.
Okay.
Don't go towards the light. Well, actually, in this case, go towards the light.
Go away from one light and to another light, actually. All right, Frey, that's all you're doing?
Yep, I think that is all 3 of my actions.
All
that I
right,
have.
Strieg.
wait, what was the first one? Other than
Moving and moving and moving.
Didn't you say you just moved 60?
I move 60 feet, 20, 40, 60.
Oh, your speed is 20? Okay.
Yeah.
Why should it be 20?
I don't know. It's always been 20.
I feel like that can't be right.
It's because you have too much shit set as stowed right now on your character.
Oh.
It's because, like, Essentially, like, stone should be used for things that you would carry in combat but not have active access to. I don't think you're carrying, like, your incense as stone. Like, you would just set that as nothing.
Oh,
So yeah, you would be
okay.
at 30. You'd be at your normal 30.
Okay, okay. So in that case, I should have... Alright, so then with my last action, now that I can see this horrid tentacle thing... I still need to figure out flavoring for this, but I am going to use my ill fate on its attempts to grapple people.
Oh, if it tries to grab someone, there we go.
Yes, that is where it is useful.
Oh.
Yes. Very useful. Good.
Okay.
All right. That is everyone's turn. It is Jacoby now, who is...
Hey now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shriek.
Howdy.
Hey now, I am an all-star.
You are. Get your game on.
I thought we were gonna hey now. This is what dreams are made
Do
of.
I need to
That's what I was
go
thinking.
around these trees? Or
No, you
am I
flew 30
zooming?
feet up, so you're good.
Okay. And what is the farthest I can move with using Rohan's thing?
With using Rowan's thing, you could go up to 90 feet.
Oh, damn.
Or
That's
you could go
including your-
60 and then, like,
Take a shot.
yeah, take a shot.
Alrighty. I am moving 60 and then, yeah, I will take a shot.
Alrighty.
Whiskey, rum, tequila.
Did
All of
she
the
just
above.
miss?
I'll leave up.
Damn. How bad was that? Oh, fuck me. That was a crit one, baby.
Damn. Brutal. I mean, the fact that you still got a 10 on that is pretty crazy.
I would like to use Veteran's Luck where I would turn a missed
Oh,
attack into a
yeah.
hit, please.
Fuck yeah.
All right, you launch that bolt and just from where you are, just kind of like skidding along this tree. You launch a bolt right into the fray as Mira and Rohan are hovering above, and Garrett is.
Oh, I was running.
Oh, you were running.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, you hit, and Jacoby just kind of shudders and just kind of like twitches and stares at you.
I think when I use that ability, I like ricochet it off something.
Oh my god. Shriek is
sick.
truly one hell of a shot. I imagine he's like doing a fucking flip in the air while making the shot.
Oh
Readjusting.
no, he's freaking out the whole time. He hates this flying shit.
Yeah, this is truly veteran's luck that this shot
Yep.
gets through. Because in that one,
Bounces
while he's
off
flying,
another
feels
tree.
about as appropriate as possible.
That's why it ricocheted, because like he's kind of spinning around wildly.
He almost drops the crossbow, and then that makes the shot better when he like kicks it as he's shooting it.
Correct.
Oh, there you go. All right, now it is Jacoby's turn. And Jacoby is going to... yeah, I guess he is, so let's see how this works out. Yeah, he is going to Mind Blade Garrett.
Don't do that.
Oh, I think a 19 hits.
Unfortunately, yes. I only have an AC of 17.
All right, and Garrett, I would like a mental save.
Oh,
You get
man.
+2 because I'm here.
Oh, yay. Thank you. I'll get by with a little help from my friends.
Wow.
Not that I needed it.
Oh.
Hooray!
Appropriately
So dumb.
enough, you're the only one who can't get high with a little help from your friends right now.
Right.
It's so funny that you missed by 1 like 3 times in a row, and then
And then
rolled a
just
nat 20 when you had a
went-
+2.
It's the way the dice... Well, I don't get to have any fun with that. Like, you really took away my fun here at the end, so alright.
Do I
Y'all are
take
up.
the 3 damage from the Mind Blade?
Yes, you do take the 3 damage from the Mind Blade. Oh, and you are grappled.
Yes. So that
Which,
gets me down to 7. And then I take a damage from an unarmed attack,
Yes, which is 6. Holy shit.
which leaves me at 1.
My god. So you guys can see where the arms, like this, Jacoby's arms are like wrapped around and almost like interlacing and starting to grow over Garrett's arms.
Ew.
While these strange, like the extra appendages are starting to like lash towards and like stab at his head. Alright, so yeah, it's your guys' turn now.
So I'm going to temporarily reel from that and let y'all go first, and then I'll follow up with, depending on how your
I
turns go.
love that these fucking random held grapple unarmed damages are all rolling max.
I don't, but sure.
I mean, it makes for great story.
Well,
How
what
about
makes
that?
for a great story is you failing one of these fucking mental saves.
Hey, I failed several of the earlier ones.
I screen Garrett and I punch it.
I don't know if you could screen someone who's grappled.
Reading.
Yeah, I feel like in order to screen, you would have to be able to get between.
Yeah, you have to be able to get in between, so... I would say you could attempt to break the grapple and then screen.
I mean, it doesn't say that, but
Yeah, I'm going by
Sure.
logic, though.
sure, I'll do that.
I
Alright,
feel like it might be better to just hit him. I mean, I don't know. It's your choice, but I feel like...
I mean, all of y'all get to basically just wail on this guy
Yeah.
right now. So, you know, hitting him with 3 people versus 4. Of course,
Yeah, but you aren't
I'm-
doing too hot there, bud.
no, I'm not. Did you shoot both crossbows and need to reload now?
Yeah, but I do
Yes.
have double time.
Oh, so you can reload on turn.
Yeah.
Alright, so, Mira, are you gonna break grapple, attack? What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to get him out of there.
Alright, I need a unarmed attack. No damage will come from it. This is just to make sure you hit. Yeah, 21 hits. Okay, now I need a strength punch skill check. My god!
Nice.
Mira comes flying in, almost literally, and fucking just comes in and just fucking double elbows slamming into this thing. And just immediately, Garrett, you finally, after all of this, feel free. And you're pulled away and just like almost yanked to the ground from the force of Mira's hits as it finally breaks the grapple and it turns this... I guess I don't feel comfortable calling it Jacoby.
It's
Turns-
Dapper Jacoby.
Turns to
Does that,
Mira.
does that count as making a successful attack?
Yeah.
I would like to commit effort for the scene and throw a motherfucker.
Yeah, you
Yes.
can do that.
Yes.
All right. You are throwing a
yeah.
motherfucker.
The target must make a physical saving throw or
Okay.
be thrown up to 10 feet.
It does not want to be thrown.
Oh.
Um,
If the physical save is successful, the target simply takes damage as
Okay.
normal. Except that it doesn't take damage. So,
okay, so yeah. All right.
so
Yeah,
Oh well, I tried.
You come in and you fucking try and launch it, but it's too standing. You used all your fucking momentum to fucking break it away from Garrett, which is still pretty good. All right,
Pretty good.
Garrett, Frey, everybody, the gang.
I will shoot a crossbow at this thing.
All right, you're rotating your body so that you're pointing downwards.
Correct. I am straight up parallel to the ground right now.
So are you shooting just straight down into his head?
Yes.
Don't miss, because I'm like right next to him.
It's fine. It's apparently surprisingly easy for Rowan to hit when he's fucking in radar mode. No need to consider gravity when gravity's working for you.
God, we literally are drones right now.
God.
This is, I swear, the most powerful I've felt in this whole campaign. It feels so good.
Oh,
Like, I feel
You
like...
gave a bunch of ranged people the ability to get max range.
give fucking...
Yeah, this feels so powerful, guys.
Rowan's
Super
sending
powerful
people
right
into
here.
the sky to do murder. He deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, just like Barack Obama. Oh.
I mean, isn't that
But,
what
like-
you did too?
Exactly.
And you directly in, and it just like right, it doesn't quite hit the head, but like right where the ear would be, and then down through the neck, and Jacoby just starts twitching and falls to the ground at Mira's feet.
Oh, shit. Okay. Cool. I was gonna take a system strain to reload, but now I won't, so that's good. Kill that motherfucker.
I kicked dirt on him.
Well, you'd kick snow.
Okay, close enough.
Yeah, twitching, and you kick some snow over him.
I will attempt. Can I attempt to curb stomp it?
I mean, you fucking stomp that head, and it just kind of makes this like it feels like you're like stomping like hardened wood or stone. It doesn't give way that much less malleable than human skin.
And stay down.
Garrett says, looking like absolute fucking garbage.
I'm just gonna come down and like stab him with a dagger until I'm sure he's gonna stay down.
And you watch as there's no blood, no anything coming out of him. And then he begins to just kind of fade. You see these tiny red beads of light? Darkness? You can't really tell. Just these dark crimson red beads begin to appear around his body, and the body just begins to fade from existence.
Frey will come down from the air, coming closer very, very cautiously.
Yeah.
Do the beads like stay in the snow?
No, they just kind of they appeared and kind of like floated a little bit and then disappeared.
Okay. Are you okay, Garrett? You look a little
I'm just gonna kind of slump back down into the snow, just full on collapse and like butt plant. And I'll be like, yeah. I don't even know where to start.
Trying to catch your weight as you sit down, you feel this shooting pain as you can like see where your left arm, there's some tatters on the sleeve, but under that you can see where your arm was being pulled so much by the skin that your skin was starting to almost tear like a sheet of paper.
Oh god.
Ooh.
I'm really worried about this other dude waking up or whatever. Can we
Yeah, can
make sure that he's
I go
dead?
back to the other site and drag his body into the fire.
The
My
lurker?
arm's starting to deglow.
Yeah.
As you start to fly over there, you notice the body is nowhere to be seen.
Great.
Gone.
Alright, well. Fine. I guess it is what it is.
Alright, I guess I go back to the group then and see how I can assist with our poor dad.
Yeah. I mean, he's the best healer, I think, so.
He was also, unfortunately, very close to being degloved just now.
Yeah, so is this my arm right now?
Close, yeah.
Brutal.
You know, like,
So
I
what is
imagine
the
it's all
Gerald's
purple and there's, like, tears in it. It feels pulsating pain. Your left arm is just a disgustingly painful mess right now.
Right, so who's the best with a needle? Mira? Frey?
I could
Frey looks
try.
very pale.
Yeah, I've never used a needle.
Never darned a sock?
Nope.
I mean, I've repaired a thing or two, but no, nothing like that.
I'm gonna be honest, my work skill is 0, my heal skill is -1.
She might know how to fucking do some thread, but he put the... So at this point, Garrett's essentially gonna be doing it himself while asking someone else, like, giving them directions to, like, hold things.
I'll try.
Alright. So, I will say that Garrett could use his heal skill for this.
Hooray! So it's just, how do we do healing? Just 2d6?
1d6 plus healing.
1d6 plus, okay. Cancel. So it's /r 1d6 plus healing is 1.
And each time you use it, it adds a system strain.
That is acceptable 1. That brings me up to 8. And we are gonna do that again. 8 and 4 is... Why can't I math? 12?
Yep.
And we'll do one more because I literally don't get system strain. That brings me almost back to full HP. Okay. Great. Does anyone else need some healing? Now that my arm is back together?
I'm assuming that no one else really got hit.
I did, but I'll be fine in 3
In the
hours.
morning.
Yeah.
6 hours? Yeah.
You'll be fine by morning.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go back to the campfire.
I'm thinking maybe we should almost move on. Unless I don't know if they'll be back or whatnot. What happened to the sister?
She's gone.
Sucked into a portal.
Oh. Well,
From
I'm
what I
glad
heard
this
from
one
your-
didn't go into a portal while it was still stuck to me.
Yes. Based on what I heard / saw in your thoughts when you were in the at your estate, it seems like maybe similar kind of portal because that lurker thing came out of it after she went in. So.
Oh, great. Yeah, I definitely don't want to stay right here.
We
We
need
want them to
to
come back and find us.
we need to start packing up then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll slowly get up to my feet and brush the snow off and start hobbling along back towards where the campsite was.
Frey will carry Garrett's lantern back for him.
The lantern's broken.
Oh. Okay, are we gonna leave a broken lantern in the snow?
I mean,
Yep.
it's not
Okay.
going to catch anything on fire.
All right, so
I mean,
your
broken,
cracked and
unless-
broken lantern will forever live on the path to Coerval
Right.
as it burns out its last.
Beautiful. Man. That fight felt good. It really is such an upgrade to, like, to have an extra spell slot, to be able to catch everyone in one spell cast. So much better.
I'm just glad I got a big health boost with the last level up.
Nice.
So if I didn't have that, I would not be limping
Yeah.
back to camp.
Frey would have had to make another deal with the devil.
Or I'd be rolling up a new character, and we'd have some splaining to do to Viv.
Yeah.
That would not be good.
If we let you die, we'll all be rolling up new characters.
God.
Viv rolled-
Oh, she just starts fucking assassinating you guys.
Absolutely. She will beat us with that pistol I gave her.
She had her own pistol to begin with.
Yeah, she gave me that one.
Oh, okay, so you gave it back.
Yeah, because it has. Well, no, she gave me the one that she had because it has one bullet in it, and then I gave her the one that I have, which has 0 bullets in it.
Oh.
So that if she wants to reload it or at least use it to threaten somebody if they show up, then she can. And she was like, "Well, I can beat people with it." So
That's right.
yeah.
So
we
anyway,
managed to keep her.
at this point, are you guys heading back to the camp? Or...
Well,
Sounds like
yeah.
packing up and leaving
Maybe
somewhere
we
else.
pack up and move a little bit.
Well, I'd like to check out some of their things. Frey just kind of like, while everyone is packing up camp, Frey will poke through the things that Jacoby and Janie already had there. Just kind of a cursory touch, just see if like he can pick up like any interesting emotions.
Also, before we pack up and leave, I will say we are like at a ridge that is blocking us from like snow and wind and stuff. If we go somewhere else, we might be a little more exposed. Just something to keep in mind. But yes.
All right. Are there any specific objects you're looking for that you think might have an emotion, Frey, or...
I mean, he'd probably look more at things that seem like personal belongings rather than like wares.
Okay. There's not a lot in the way of things that seem incredibly valuable. There's like all of the stuff for drawing up contracts. They've got a wax seal, things like that that seem more personal. They don't actually have much in the way of wares. They seem like they're very much like they were going there to draw up contracts and make some deals rather than buy or sell anything. But it's mostly mundane things you've kind of learned to tune out over time, even when you focus. You know, excitement over having a new wax seal design, a new color of wax, the no emotion of a bound leather journal of parchment. There is a cursory amount of coin as well, if you guys are going to be taking that. In
Take the money and run.
Total, it is 6 gold, 19 silver, and 49 copper.
Nice.
Yeah, we can take that.
Yeah, why not?
Otherwise, the only thing that, like, kind of strikes you, Frey, as more interesting or stronger is a quill from Jacoby's pack that seems to have this feeling of wanting to live up to standards and expectations.
All right, he'll hold on to that quill for the moment.
I'm just now remembering that. Didn't he say to Garrett, like, oh, she makes me do everything or whatever?
Yeah, that she's the brain, he's just the bronze.
Yeah, but also, like, even before that, he was like, she makes me do everything, like as in she forces me to everything that I do, she's forcing me to do. I'm wondering if not just that she's the brains, but also, like, is this a cult thing, like they're worshiping the lurker things and they're sacrificing themselves to bring them into the world or whatever? Is that what's happening?
Hmm.
I don't know about that, but it might have been he was unwilling to, like, become this thing. If he became this thing as and it's not just he already was that thing, but may have been unwilling to go along with these plans, but was forced to.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, all right. Are we still planning on leaving and giving up our little shelter?
By the time we've made it back there, Garrett would definitely have changed his mind because he's just exhausted.
Yeah.
So if we did end up deciding to stay, by the time we got back, I'd basically be like, you know what? On second thought, maybe we should just stay here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. The people who were going to kill us are dead, so I feel
Well,
like
now you guys can at least enjoy the full depth of my thing.
oh, lovely.
I spent so long so you could fight across a tiny little square here and a tiny little square there.
It actually is very beautiful.
I had a lot of fun making it. I love snow maps.
I just like matrix download your skill with this program and just
Oh god, you would
import
not
it,
want
just-
to. You would not want to because then you get stressed out and have to spend 8 hours on a fucking map.
I might get the OCD, but I'm not gonna get the stress. I need the skills, not like the stressing.
Nature stuff's a lot easier. So are caves. It's civilization that's hell and hard. But anyway, yeah, so all that said, yeah, you guys heading back to camp then?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. You make your way back to the camp where the fire is very much waning, but thankfully there was some firewood that was gathered earlier. And setting up for the night?
Yeah.
Definitely doing watches.
Yeah.
The tent itself is very well reinforced. Like, it's pretty big. It could probably comfortably fit 2 to 3 people, depending on how much they spread out. 4, if you really kind of, like, were willing to invade space. And all 5 of you could fit, but it would be very sardine-esque.
I don't need to sleep, and also I'm gonna be paranoid and trying to keep watch.
Does it fit? Would it fit like the lurker things? Would it fit like what we saw them being?
Yeah, they didn't get much bigger when they changed.
Okay. Okay.
Like, they just kind of grew extra appendages and got strange looking.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
I just wanted to see if like maybe, I don't know, we could tell if their actual physical form changed or it was an illusion or what. But okay, that makes sense.
it seemed like it was some sort of physical form change based on the fact that you would be able to see through an illusion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um,
Sometimes I would have that too.
Another thing to note, the inside of the tent has all of these little patchwork, just pieces of fabric sewn into it. Probably, like, they're no more than a couple square inches, and most of them have what look like incomprehensible faded signatures, names, and embroideries on them.
Does it look like it was used to, like, patch the tent?
No, there's some on the outside that were obviously used to patch it. These look more like they're not a heavy leather or anything like the ones on the outside. These are more like thin cloth and stuff.
Could these things have been stopping traffic to and from Coerval and Artiviste?
Spoils of war. That would make
Like, how long
sense.
have they been sitting here?
I mean, didn't we hear back in Artiviste that there hadn't been news out of Coerval in, like, forever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are some of the names written?
It is like the ones that aren't faded seem. You can see there's what looks like a Jeremy something. There's it like in particular. There's not like anything that sticks out to you. There's a Henry Horace, which is just a strange name. There's a Big Jim.
So like no names like that we would recognize maybe from like the
Oh
the
no, I
family
thought
names like okay.
There is a. I need to check something really quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, there are, who's in here checking this out? That's kind of important to note here.
Frey is looking.
Anyone else?
Garrett would probably be slumped down either nearby or inside the tent. So I don't know if he'd be paying attention to exactly what Frey is doing right now.
Yeah. I think if I'm in the tent and I see Frey looking, I would also look.
Okay, so everyone but Mira.
Yeah, I'm
not in there.
keeping watch.
Okay,
No, Garrett wouldn't be paying attention. He'd be too exhausted.
yeah, but
Even if
all
he's
right.
there,
Okay,
he
so
doesn't-
nothing of relevance then that I can mention.
Okay.
Well, that means I know someone.
Damn.
Or Streak or Mira.
Well, sorry, but I can't read.
Wait. If I'm reading it, then Garrett's also getting the names, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
If Garrett's not tuning you out.
yeah, I mean, there's that.
He'd probably be listening in, but he wouldn't be taking the effort to actually like go and look at stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Alright, but yeah, so Frey would definitely get himself comfortable to get settled in for the night. think we'll find more of those in Coerval.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Feels like we've been hearing a lot about human sacrifice stuff and blood magic, and I feel like we just saw almost all of that in the past little bit, so feels like this is probably what we're in for when we get there.
I mean, it sounds like this is the second time we've run into those. The second thing you had to fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know how many of those things we can fight, really. I mean, we did okay here, but you know, if it's if we're walking into a lot of them.
Oh, that first one hardly seemed to stand at all against Mira.
That's true. Yeah.
Well,
The other one
maybe
did a number under it, though. I mean, it seems like it's
I'm
one
not
of those things where if you get trapped, then it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not very good at up close and personal. I might have to practice some of that, but
Sure. I mean, as long as we don't split up again, we can. I'll send you up into the sky, and then you don't have to be up close and personal with anyone.
that is great.
Are you sad you didn't get to fly like the rest of us?
I don't even have an opinion on that right now.
Fair. All right. Well, I guess if we're gonna have to go fight these things, we should sleep.
All right, so with that, it's time for rest.
Not for me.
All right, so are you all gonna get rest so that Mira can keep watch, or?
Nah, I mean, I'll take a watch with
Okay.
Mira.
I will also take a watch.
Yeah.
All right.
Frey can
Mira,
take a watch as well.
I'm sorry?
Frey can take a watch as well.
All right. Oh my god, Frey's taking watches, has a sword, not quite a shield, he's not there yet, but...
Character.
I will be passing out through the night and sleeping late.
Yeah.
He feels bad about sending Garrett off alone.
That is
Right.
so funny.
So, Mira, if you would first give me a wisdom notice. Alright, and first watch, if you would also give me a wisdom notice.
I'll be first watch. Nice.
It is a quiet night. There is another dusting of snow, but nothing compared to the previous night. It seems like it is fading, and it's not going to get any more intense. You spend a little while just kind of listening, and it's just the sounds of nature out here in nowhere. Thankfully, nothing seems to be happening. Second watch.
I'll take it.
Alright. Wisdom notice, please.
Oof.
The day turns over, and unfortunately, Strieg, the stresses of a world without gravity seem to have shaken your worldview quite literally and figuratively. As you mind elsewhere, senses elsewhere, can't really say, but you're unable to really focus, but Thankfully, as the clock turns and you go past midnight, well into the early morning, 1, 2 a.m., there is still nothing happening. At least nothing that you and Mira notice.
Great.
Next.
Okay.
And Frey, you wake up early. It is as miserable as it's ever been getting up this early. It is exhausting, it is horrid, and it is freezing. Even without the chilling, awful, incredibly miserable breezes and cutting winds, it is still just goddamn cold when you wake up. But huddling up next to the fire, you and Mira keep your eyes peeled, keep your ears about you, and there is nothing. Garrett is not taking watch. Correct?
Correct.
Right.
Alright, is Frey gonna go back to bed for a couple hours and leave Mira to end the night?
Yes, he will.
Alright. Unfortunately, Mira, there is nothing else that you hear, see, or notice in any way out of the ordinary. Whatever,
I still feel better looking out, though.
whatever did or didn't happen, whatever is or will happen, everything seems as normal as could be expected here at this strange camp under a ridge, protecting from some level of normalcy. And eventually, something resembling the sun is breaking somewhere far to the east, and the group begins to stir, awakening to another day. And leaving the camp behind.
Lovely.
Ain't it just? So, you guys begin to make your way, breaking camp. Is there anything specific you wish to do before breaking camp, or...
No?
Mm-mm.
All
I
right.
don't think
Yeah, I
so.
don't think so.
All right. Your journey for the day, Garrett, back to wayfinding, correct? Garrett, back to wayfinding, correct?
Sorry, I was filling my water. Yes.
All right, give me another wisdom survive.
Wisdom survive. Let's see. Did I close my... No, I didn't close it. Alright. That's a 6.
You
Let's
could
see,
definitely
should I
do
roll
a
it
lot
again?
better. That is considered a failure as far as your ability to quickly travel.
Yeah, I'll roll that again.
Nice.
That's gonna make a big difference in your travel time. You continue your journey, spending the majority of the day slowly but surely getting through the brush. And Mira, there are these moments that begin to feel familiar to you. A ridge you had crossed and went past. A sound of a river. A small brook that you went by multiple times, and the reality of being something resembling home, if you could even call it that, starts to set in. And you follow the winding roadsides through the occasionally very thick and occasionally much dimmer trees. And finally, after Circling past another hilltop, there to your south, you can see the outskirts of some farmhouses that you would, in some way, consider the outermost, northernmost reaches of the town of Coerval. Smokestacks billowing. You can just see out of the chimneys fires raging inside, keeping the warmth as best it can. The outskirts of the village are far from anything. So far out, so isolated that there's no feeling of anything modern to Coerval. It's a town that has existed in some level of how it is for so long. There's no big theaters, there's no clock tower, there's no technology to speak of. It's as simple as any medieval village hundreds of years ago, before any of the modern advents of technology within Adara. You've made it to Coerval, but what, pray tell, will you do? It is evening-ish. Probably, 5, 6 o'clock. This goes back to the whole I will keep talking until someone cuts me off thing. I can keep describing Coerval if you guys would like.
I think it's just like, we're like, well, we're here. Do we just walk around until there's like a sign that says cult? Like,
I don't know, do we even want to go into town, or do we want to, like, stake it out outside first?
yeah.
Yeah.
How are we
Can I
gonna
just
handle
send
this?
Umbra in to go like wander and like tell me if she finds anything?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like she's, she's a cat. She's not gonna be out of place. Nobody's gonna be like, what the fuck is that cat doing here?
What were you
Unless
saying,
they
Alex?
have no cats. I was just saying, how are we gonna handle this?
Yeah.
Mira, is your home still there?
No, it burned down. I think I've mentioned that before. Maybe.
I'm sorry.
Was a long time ago. I mean, we could go where it used to be, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, seems like as good a place to start as any, honestly. Feel like we've at least heard of some people who it sounds like might have been related to your past and to this, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't someone tell us that Blakely had asked about you or about your dad or something?
Yes, it was when we were looking for information at the what's it called?
Is that the Lucian Ray?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know, maybe who knows, maybe she came by and tried to look for your house and left a message or something.
She looks vaguely worried, but nods.
I mean, it's up to you. You know, it's your hometown, your home.
No, I think it would be a good idea. Just in case there's some kind of clue.
Okay. Sounds good.
How far away would that be, Robert?
So it is to the east of town, a winding road, about 5, 6, 7 minute walk, something like that, to get to it from the town itself. It's decidedly not near the town proper, where the old Tyrrell Manor sits atop a small hill, far from the hustle and bustle of everything.
I guess Mira would just say that it's a bit out of the way, and I mean, if y'all are down, start to lead the way.
Yeah.
Does this mean we could potentially approach it without the town noticing us?
Yeah, you'd be, walking in thick snow, but you could. Is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah.
Worthwhile.
Yeah, might be
Might
worth
as
it.
well.
I mean, I could walk in the front.
Nice.
All right. So, with Mira leading, a strange thing, especially in the wilderness, but knowing the area fairly well, knowing the area at all, which is infinitely more than the rest of you, it is just passing through the outskirts. Coerval is a town of a town, a village of a village. It's so little. It's so nothing. Coming from Artavishte, coming from, hell, any of the other towns, cities, villages you've been to, it's just so different. It's so much less. There's nothing relevant. It's a small market square, if you could call it that. No more than a couple of businesses. There's nothing, no sounds of bustling, just quiet movement. It's... The one thing you could comment on, Mira, is at least it's not the most uncomfortably strange thing, because it is so out there and it's so dark and cold at night, and no one would be doing anything in a town this small. There's nothing to do. But alas, there is still an Espection church and the world's smallest bastion in this tiny little town. But you go around all of it, you make your way, circling through the brush, carefully avoiding any homes or nearby yards, and find yourself at the path that would lead up to the Tyrrell Manor. And Mira, you can see where, as you guys begin to arrive, the destroyed... Son of a bitch, I broke the rule. I looked at Discord while I'm talking.
Happens.
Son of a bitch!
Can't do that.
Oh. You guys can see as... At first, you... From what Mira said, burned down, of course. But it's not that simple. As you arrive, you can see burnt out husks of a steepled manor. This manor multiple stories tall, but as you get closer, you can see where the south and west portions are completely destroyed and cleared out, whereas there are still parts to the north where something resembling a roof stands. But you can see piles of debris still left abandoned, covered in years-old soot and hours-old snow. Nothing seems so out there, but as you get ever closer, finally getting up the final ridge and near it, everything is just ash, soot, piled. Some walls still kind of stand. Everything looks like it was moved and dumped to the northern half and then abandoned. Mira, you can see there is a chopped down tree with a bench under it that you remember. The tree used to be there. It's not anymore, but the bench still is. It's seen better days. It's got some cracks in it. The southern wing of the manor is little more than destruction and abandonment. And beyond that, you can still see where many portions of the stone fence of the garden are still standing, though not all of them. There are still some dead bushes and shrubbery and plants from the gardens. And as you guys walk up to this abandoned home, this once great manor, Mira's first home where she knew nothing but kindness and learning. It is here in the late evening, on the far outskirts of Coerval, where the heart of all of this lays, that we will be ending tonight's session. Oh boy. Oh boy. You guys are getting into it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just say that I pointed out that I would almost die again.
You did.
Yes.
And that wasn't I'm not trying to get him killed.
Oh, I don't know why you went to a burnt out husk of a manor. I'm confused about that.
What are you talking about?
What do you get out of that? It was on fire. Like,
Sentiment!
okay.
Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's like this is a slightly less intimidating place to go than like the murder cult. So it's like okay.
Directly into town and be like,
Yeah.
hey, we heard you was
Yeah.
sacrificing folks.
Hey, just head over to the Briar, have a pint. Life will be good.
We'll just head down and wait for all this to blow over. Oh my god.
Nice. I get that reference.
Listen, that's the trick, right? You go right into the heart of it where they'll never expect you. Hide right under their nose.
That's the kind of thing all of us say right before we die.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited. You guys have made it to Coerval, your outside Mira's childhood home, which is...
Childhood, quote unquote.
Yeah.
By the way, we simply must assume that every NPC we meet now is out to kill us.
That
Or
kinda
evil in
seems to
some
be
way.
the trend.
It's been, I think, 4 or 5 in a row at this point.
Hey, you know who wasn't out to kill you?
Who?
Ozzy.
Surprisingly,
Absolutely
no,
false.
he wasn't.
Absolutely
trying to kill
false.
us.
Absolutely false.
He's not out to kill you
Moments
right
before-
now.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's because he
this
doesn't have an
time.
arm.
I don't think he was out to kill us to begin with. He was trying to threaten us to scare us out. I don't think he actually
I mean,
aimed to kill
moments
us.
before he got attacked, he was threatening to blow up you and your wife and your home with.
He never wanted them dead. He
I mean-
wanted you guys to fuck off and
Yeah.
let him deal with his shit. Like,
Yeah.
For him, killing is a means to an end. He doesn't enjoy it unless it's just something he has to do sometimes.
Okay.
I don't believe that at all.
He did kill a whole lot of brights.
Yeah.
Well,
Also,
he killed
like,
a lot of guards. He killed 1 or 2 brights.
well, but also like the guards that he was killing who were working for him, it wasn't even like, oh no, they've gotten too close. It's just like, well, this one served their purpose, slash, and it's like, I don't know. If that's your first resort, then like, I have to assume you kind of like it.
Alright, I'm gonna head to bed now. But thank you for the session.
I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
Next week, Coerval. I have no idea. You guys got to figure out what you're actually gonna do now that you're here.
Yeah.
Join a
we'll
blood
do some
cult.
planning. Alrighty. Good night, friends.
Alright, good
Until
night.
next time,
Good night.
deuces.
Have a good night.